Chapter 1430. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace understood the importance of the engagement between Wang Chen and Lingxi. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Long Chen to appease them with just a few words. Granny Yen was displeased. She said coldly, don't be muddle-headed and harm him instead. You know your father's temper. Now that you've appeared, you won't be able to escape when your father and the others arrive. Lingxi's expression changed. She hesitated. She was undoubtedly most concerned about Long Chen's life. She had enough respect for her father, but, at this point, she couldn't give up. He had traversed thousands of mountains and rivers to reach here. What else was there to worry about? She just had to believe in him. Don't be afraid, I'll handle it, Long Chen whispered in her ear, bringing her great comfort. And Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered. She nodded obediently. For the sake of that day, they had already sacrificed too much. Their fearless appearance made the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace even more furious. Of course, the person they hated the most was Long Chen. To them, Lingxi was just a momentary muddle-headedness. The people of the true martial Emperor Palace rejoiced. Wenren Jingtao was a guy who craved for the world to be in chaos. He laughed heartily and said, "There's no doubt about it. The men of our true martial Emperor Palace are better than those from other places. Moreover, over here, relationships are the affairs of the younger generation. The elders have never interfered. Marriage arrangements are bullshit." Yeah, what's the use of bullying? Your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has 4 great sword masters. Where's your Sword Spirit Emperor? Our true martial emperor is still here. Long Chen is a youth that the true martial emperor wants to meet personally. When you meet him next time, he'll definitely make your jaws drop. This was the first time the true martial Emperor Palace's people had announced that the true martial Emperor Palace wanted to see Long Chen. Being qualified to be summoned by the true martial emperor was a symbol of status. Suddenly, everyone looked at Long Chen in a different light. This young man had risen in 9-star Chaos City, and his name had shaken the world. When he returned to the true martial Emperor Palace, he would definitely receive the best training. In a few years, his status in the true martial Emperor Palace would be similar to Wang Chen's status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were flushed with anger. Both sides started insulting each other. The smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker. The others were just watching the show. At this time, Wang Chen took a step forward. He finally suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm and mature tone, No matter what you think about this matter, our marriage is the hope of our master and all the brothers and sisters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I don't want to disappoint them, and I won't hand you over to a scoundrel. That would be delaying your life. We are the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and we will die as ghosts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. My life was bestowed by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and I know how to be grateful. If you don't want to bear the crime of betraying your master and ancestors, and let your father bear the blame, I advise you to come back. You're just a child, and it's easy for you to be deceived by some shameless people. We will never blame you. Wang Chen's words were very brilliant, and it directly struck the most fragile part of Lingxi's heart. No matter what, she was a kind child. Her family and father were important parts of her life, and they were also parts that she couldn't give up. If she had to give up everything for Long Chen, this made Lingxi's mind exceptionally chaotic. Wang Chen's counterattack had gotten what it deserved. Long Chen's heart ached for her. He hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and didn't make a sound. Instead, he whispered in her ear, "There's always room for change." He purposely made the matter sound too serious. "I don't have a choice between your father and your family. Trust me, I can handle it." Lingxi nodded her head obediently. She had her own judgment in her heart. What Long Chen said was right, but it would be very difficult to do it. At least, it was impossible for her to do it now. Come back. Our family is waiting for you." Wang Chen played this card. Can you not be more shameless? Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. Today's tit-for-tat was enough, and Long Chen had lost to him. However, this was far from the end. This time, when he returned, Long Chen wanted to take away the item in the chaotic divine kingdom, and then he would go into closed-door cultivation. Only his own strength was the most important thing he could rely on. "Chen, let's go first." Lingxi no longer hesitated. She was well aware of how much the two of them had sacrificed for this day. Their relationship was so precious that nothing could destroy it. Want to leave? Wang Chen was infuriated, and he quickly intercepted them. With his current strength, apart from Wenren Jingtao, Ling Song, and Granny Yan, there were very few people in the true Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace who could be his opponent. Once Wang Chen moved, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also moved. At this point, the only thing they could do was to forcefully bring Lingxi back. They had a tacit understanding. Ling Song, the old man, first intercepted Wenren Jingtao, the strongest person in the true Martial Emperor Palace, while the others each intercepted an opponent. Only Wang Chen and Granny Yan were left behind by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If the two of them wanted to take Lingxi away, it would be too easy. Wang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Granny Yan's goal was to take Lingxi away, and his goal was to kill Long Chen in one move. Therefore, Granny Yan took the first step, while Wang Chen was preparing to kill. A strong sense of crisis descended on Long Chen. Long Chen clearly understood that the other party wanted to kill him. Wang Chen was really ruthless, decisive, and showed no mercy to a real enemy. This Wang Chen's character was very similar to his, but Long Chen wasn't someone who didn't make thorough preparations. If it wasn't for Lingxi's escape method, he wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Yes, they were stalling for time. However, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Just as the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace made their move, a 9-colored butterfly flew over from the horizon. Its wings were flapping very slowly and elegantly, but its speed was abnormally fast. In just an instant, it appeared in front of Long Chen and Ling Shi. Its body was already more than 10 meters long. The 9-colored wings flapped, and a dense fog shrouded Wang Chen and Granny Yan. The instant the fog drifted over, the two experts actually turned into two fat pigs. They swayed their butts and rushed towards Long Chen and Lingxi. In that instant, countless people laughed, and they were rocking back and forth. However, after laughing, their expressions turned sluggish. Motherfucker, what the hell is this butterfly? And in that instant, Long Chen and Lingxi had already sat on the back of the 9-hell illusionary butterfly and left. Wang Chen and Granny Yan's fat pig form could only be maintained for a short moment, but by that time, the 9-hell illusionary butterfly had already escaped far away. Long Chen turned his head back and gestured a 1 to Wang Chen and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. He meant that he would reappear in 1 year, and that would be the moment he stepped into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was the vow that Long Chen had made today. He had defeated Wang Chen, but Wang Chen had soared to a height that Long Chen had to worship. Therefore, Long Chen was once again regarded as an impossibility. He wasn't convinced, and he wasn't willing to accept it. 1 year later, he would make a comeback, and at that time, they would have another showdown. It seemed that the real 10-year promise would also happen at that time. Back then, Long Chen had made a vow. Within 10 years, he would soar through the vast sea of people and find the girl in his arms. Long Chen hugged her softness tightly, feeling the boneless body, feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms. His heart felt like it was on fire. Another 2 years passed. In these 2 years, he had spent most of his time with Li Xuanji, but the two of them had always treated each other with respect. They hadn't made such an unforgettable love. This was also the reason why Long Chen had been hesitating. Until Li Xuanji left, but the moment she left, Long Chen couldn't bear to part with her. In the future, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet again. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly didn't bring Long Chen out of the 9-star Chaos City. They landed in a vast forest. In front of them was a verdant and lush land. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and the air was fresh. In front of them, there was a majestic river rushing past them. After standing firmly on the ground, Kitten's rolling eyes had already stretched out from the great virtual realm. As soon as it saw the happily flying 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly, its eyes lit up. As if it was possessed, it went after the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly. A fat black cat bouncing around to catch a butterfly. This scene was indescribably funny. Butterfly, don't run. Let Brother Cat kiss you. Don't run. Brother Cat is very gentle. Hee hee, come and catch me. You can't catch me. This cat and butterfly quickly disappeared into the forest, playing around, giving Long Chen and Ling Shi some space to be together. In these 2 years, Ling Shi had been constantly sensing Long Chen's existence, but Long Chen didn't know that she was actually in his body. This was really too mysterious. Long Chen had too many questions he wanted to ask her, But when he saw the sparkling and translucent mist in her eyes, as well as her flushed face, Long Chen threw everything to the back of his mind. The woman in front of him was so pitiful. She was as pure as a white lotus, slender and elegant, not allowing any flaws to exist in her. Her snow-white skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken with a single blow, making people unwilling to hurt her in the slightest. Long Chen's eyes were burning. He didn't think about anything else. He just hugged the ethereal girl in front of him again. He didn't say anything. Just feeling her warmth was enough. Chapter 1431. Half a day passed. Long Chen had grown a lot again. The past 9 years had been a path of growth for him. Lingxi's delicate body leaned against Long Chen's chest. Sitting in front of the surging river, the two of them enjoyed this moment of silence. After a while, Lingxi couldn't help but say softly, "Chen, it's time for today. I have a lot of doubts and apprehensions in my heart that I want to tell you." Long Chen used his slender fingers to gently caress her flawless face. It was soft and cold to the touch. He attentively looked into the eyes of the beauty in his embrace and softly said, "Last time, you didn't even tell me what you did. Today, that imposter really made me sad." At that moment, Lingxi was so cold. To be honest, Long Chen's heart really collapsed. Fortunately, it was all fake. When he was stabbed by that fake Lingxi, his god martial spirit was injured, but his heart was healed. Lingxi said guiltily, "I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. So when you saw Grandma Yen, I decided to come out, but it was too late." "Why are you apologizing? It's all in the past. There's no such thing between us." Long Chen wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. In fact, the happiest time they were together was in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At that time, they didn't have as many worries as they did now. But now, in order to stay together for a long time, it seemed like the whole world was against them. Back then, I obtained the soul-splitting art in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After I came back, I consulted many similar ancient books and finally completed the soul-splitting art. I couldn't stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace forever. I wanted to find you. I couldn't bear to see you suffer, so I used the soul-splitting art to create a substitute in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Then, I escaped to the Myriad Kingdom's domain to find you. But I didn't expect that you would meet her here. Long Chen had already expected it. He really wanted it to be like this. Then tell me, why did you hide in my body? How could you have such a miraculous method? It would certainly be a long story, but they had plenty of time now, so it was not a big deal. In this quiet forest, where no one would disturb them, Lingxi gradually revealed a shocking secret to Long Chen. Lingxi revealed a nervous expression as she said, Actually, there are some things that I can't believe even after I found out about it. You know, my father, the other 3 sword masters, and all the true higher-ups of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they all take care of me, or should I say they're constantly monitoring me, not allowing anything to happen to me. I even feel that with my father's ability, he should have known that the substitute was fake long ago. He must be searching for me everywhere. There must be something big going on." Long Chen comforted her and asked, "What's the reason? Your identity is very special." Lingxi nodded, her eyes were a little dazed as she said, "I also can't believe it. One day, my father actually told me that I'm not his daughter. He said that I'm the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor." Long Chen almost fell from the rock he was sitting on. Holy shit! The reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. He was truly stunned. He stared at the delicate and somewhat mischievous girl in his arms in disbelief. He couldn't associate her with the white-haired old man at all. The gap between the two was too big. The Sword Spirit Emperor has always been a woman. Seeing Long Chen's dazed expression, Lingxi immediately knew what he was thinking. She quickly pinched his thigh and said angrily. Her gender was actually being doubted by the man she had been intimate with. This feeling, Long Chen came to his senses. Since Lingxi had said so, there shouldn't be any mistake. Didn't the rumors say that the Sword Spirit Emperor had disappeared? Reincarnation was something that only existed in myths and legends. Long Chen didn't expect it to actually happen in front of him. The Sword Spirit Emperor was the most accomplished cultivator in the entire 3 realms and 9 worlds. It was reasonable that he had such a method. However, the current Lingxi didn't have any memories of her previous life. Otherwise, she would be dead. "Qin, do you believe that I'm the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor?" Lingxi asked anxiously. Long Chen naturally believed it. He said, "There's no doubt about this. Fortunately, you're a new life and don't have any memories of your previous life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be yourself. If this identity is true, it's certain that they're nurturing you as the new Sword Spirit Emperor. Wang Chen isn't good with the sword, so he can't lead the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Because of your special identity, they won't let you marry an outsider, nor will they let you leave the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If we want to be together, I'm afraid that we'll encounter more resistance than we can imagine." Long Chen's heart was still in shock. He was a relatively open-minded person. If it was someone else who found out that his beloved woman was the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, he would probably have a knot in his heart. However, Long Chen didn't care about it. So what if the Sword Spirit Emperor was the Sword Spirit Emperor? She was his woman anyway. The only problem was that because of Lingxi's identity, Long Chen was afraid that 1 year later, when he wanted to rush to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to marry her, the resistance would be even more terrifying. It might even exceed his imagination. Wang Chen alone was already very difficult to deal with, let alone the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Sword Spirit Emperor of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been missing for so long. Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a new great emperor. If they knew that Long Chen and their Sword Spirit Emperor had been together day and night, and they had been passionately entangled. As for the reason why I hid in your body, it was because I had nowhere else to hide. I knew that my father and the others would soon find out that the substitute was fake, and they would capture me back so that I would never be able to see you again. Coincidentally, although I don't have any memories of my previous life, my mind would occasionally think of all sorts of strange methods and information. The method of merging my bloodline into your body also came from my previous life. This kind of secret method can only be used by two people who truly love each other and have skin contact. 2 years ago, I was separated from you, but I had nowhere to go. I didn't want to leave you, so I thought of hiding in your body and accompanying you at all times so that my father and the others wouldn't find me. I wanted to continue like this until you were very, very powerful enough to stop everything. However, today's accident forced me to come out. I see. Long Chen sighed in his heart, but he didn't regret it. It wasn't his style to let Lingxi hide. Since he had already come out, he would face it bravely. The doubts in his heart were almost gone. The biggest surprise was the fact that Lingxi was actually the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Sovereign. This matter was actually very important to Long Chen, and the pressure on him was even greater. However, he had never cared about worldly matters. Why couldn't a man wield his sword for a woman? However, his father would eventually find out about Lingxi's appearance and he would eventually bring her back. Even if Long Chen escaped to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If he hid in the true Martial Emperor Palace, the appearance of the 4 great sword masters would be related to the Sword Spirit Emperor. Even the true Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to make a move. Therefore, within a month, Lingxi would definitely be taken away by the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was the price Lingxi had to pay for coming out today. They only had a few days to spend together until Long Chen became an expert who could summon the wind and rain and arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a domineering manner. That day might be near, or it might be far away. However, the two of them tacitly didn't mention this matter. Instead, they quietly leaned against each other and softly talked about how they missed each other all these years. Lingxi knew everything about Long Chen. Therefore, as they chatted, they talked about Li Xuanji. Lingxi was a little disappointed and said, "Sometimes, I really feel guilty. Sister Xuanji is better than me in everything and is more suitable for you than me. She treats you very well. Sometimes, I'm worried for you. Why didn't you accept her boldly? Now that she's gone, I don't know when we can meet again. I hope she won't hate me then." Long Chen's eyes widened. He didn't expect this fellow to like Li Xuanji so much. Although this was a society where it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, Long Chen had always been single-minded. "Actually, I think it's good for the 3 of us to be together. It's fine as long as we're happy. It doesn't matter if you love me less. I'm very easily satisfied. As long as I can stay by your side and be carefree, it's fine." Lingxi smiled mischievously and nestled in Long Chen's arms. Her face was full of satisfaction. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed awkwardly. Li Xuanji was a very good woman. She was a woman worth protecting. But so what if she was gone now? Would there really be a chance for them to meet again? Long Chen could only hide his longing for her in his heart. But he swore that he would never let this woman down. Night gradually fell and the moonlight shone down. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He touched Lingxi's white belly and said, "That's strange. We've been working hard for half a year. Why haven't we had a child yet?" Lingxi's body trembled and her face turned red. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Maybe it's because you're almost an infant of the ancient blood spiritual dragon now. Your offspring will definitely be born with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The rarer the bloodline, the harder it is to reproduce. That's why pigs and dogs will be everywhere. Heaven is fair, so it's more difficult to have a child. But in 10,000 years, there will definitely be a chance." It was really difficult for a little woman like her to say this. After saying this, she hurriedly lowered her head. Even the roots of her ears were red. "Moreover, I'm still young. I don't want a child." Longing broke out like a tide. After talking for half a day, it was time to get to the main topic. Long Chen held her face up and stared at her watery eyes. He smiled and said, "That's good. I can have no scruples then." After saying this, he kissed her violently. There was a barrier in front of them that they couldn't pass through. The Nine Hells illusionary butterfly was so anxious that it was circling in circles. Cat laughed loudly at the side and said, "These two grandsons are having sex again. They really don't care about the feelings of us two kids." The little butterfly said in confusion, "What is making love?" Chapter 1432. After wandering aimlessly for a couple of days, Long Chen couldn't help but think about what he should do next. Lingxi was a very quiet person. Most of the time, she would quietly stay by Long Chen's side. Her delicate face was filled with happiness. Especially after experiencing those things, she was even more infatuated with Long Chen. "Little Shi, where do you want to go next?" Long Chen casually asked. The time they spent together always passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had already passed. Those people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace must be searching for them all over the world. Moreover, they must have already sent the news back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Most likely, the so-called 4 great sword sovereigns would also be mobilized. Each of the 4 great sword sovereigns was a terrifying character. They had been famous for more than 10,000 years, and their names shook the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Each of them was a character that caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names. "I don't want to go anywhere. As long as I'm with you, I'll be very happy." She danced on a large blue stone. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, concealing her graceful and soft snow-white body. Her laughter reverberated in the forest. At this moment, she was indeed the happiest. Long Chen was even more certain that he didn't do anything wrong. As a man, he should give Lingxi this kind of life and not let her be sealed in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace forever. Long Chen also jumped up and hugged her slender waist. They spun a few rounds and the two of them started dancing. Long Chen whispered in her ear, "I found news of the Void Universe Dragon's inheritance blood. It's in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom controlled by the Demonic Dragon Palace. Are you willing to go with me to get it?" Lingxi was pleasantly surprised. She knew everything about Long Chen. She said excitedly, "Of course. Let's go now. Such a precious thing actually exists. The immemorial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood was enough to shock me." Long Chen cast aside all his worries. Every time he was with her, he always felt especially peaceful. He looked at the woman in his arms tenderly and said, "I already have the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood. I want to give this void cosmic dragon's inheritance essence blood to you." This was actually a plan that Long Chen had formed in his mind for a long time. If he couldn't use the void cosmic dragon's blood essence, he couldn't let anyone else get it. Even if he could get it, he would give it to the people closest to him. The wolf cub was from the demon race, a sun-devouring demon wolf. It had a boundless future. If he couldn't use the ancestral dragon's blood essence, then he could only use Lingxi. However, Lingxi interrupted him and said, "No, I don't want it. I don't think you're that simple. When the time comes, you might really be able to use it. Even if you can't right now, you have to hide it. In the future, it will be truly useful to you. I don't want to transform into a dragon." In the future, Lingxi would also face the Nirvana tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart tightened. One day, whether it was him or Lingxi, They would both die under the Nirvana tribulation. In the future, Lingxi would also face the Nirvana tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart tightened. One day in the future, whether it was him or Lingxi, would they both die under the Nirvana tribulation? Watching the woman in his arms wither. Death was everyone's inevitable fate, but Long Chen didn't want to die. He was even more unwilling to see the woman in his arms die. Perhaps he was still too young and hadn't lived enough. He hadn't obtained the immemorial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood, so there was no need to decide who it belonged to. After making the decision, Long Chen headed west of Chaotic Star City. Kitten and Butterfly, let's go. Long Chen called out to the two playful fellows. Kitten, who was in a daze, was startled by Long Chen's shout. He laughed loudly and followed Long Chen and Lingxi, disappearing into the forest. His gaze was erratic, and he even bumped into a tree, causing Butterfly to laugh loudly beside him. What do you want? Long Chen was speechless. This young master is making my Butterfly laugh. Don't disturb me. Kitten covered his head with his hands and said angrily. Long Chen laughed at him for a while and started on his way. Time waits for no man, and he was heading to Chaotic Star City. Long Chen thought of many other things. He said, rumor has it that the Demon Dragon Palace's leader is no weaker than the 9 Realms Realm Lords. It won't be a problem for him to deal with your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 sword masters. Their young lord once invited me to join Demon Dragon Palace. If I join, he might help me deal with Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and not let them take you away. But, if we fight, the price will be huge. Lingxi felt sorry for him. She shook her head and said, Chen, let's not start a fight and trouble others. If they come, I won't be able to escape. At most, I'll go back and wait for you to find me. I'm the reincarnation of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, so they won't do anything to me. I'm just worried that they'll attack you after they come. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live either. This was also possible. Long Chen didn't know what kind of people the 4 sword masters were, but it was related to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's future. It was very possible that they would eliminate him. If that was the case, going to the Demon Dragon Palace was the right choice. If I go to the Demon Dragon Palace, I'll have Long Xing to protect me. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace might not be able to kill me. Moreover, I still have you. Moreover, when we enter the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, the Demon Dragon Palace's leader will definitely not let the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people enter. That's their treasure land. So we can buy some time. Both of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with emotions. Now, they were like a pair of mandarin ducks with a bitter fate. They were looking for a place to stay, but reality was always against them. It wasn't easy to be together. Sometimes, there were too many worldly restraints. Regarding Lingxi's father, although he wasn't her biological father, he had always raised Lingxi. Although Lingxi knew that she was the reincarnation of Sword Spirit Emperor, she still respected her father. She didn't treat him as someone else. Chen, am I a very troublesome person? It's really hard on you. If it was Sister Xuanji, it wouldn't be so troublesome. This was the most painful point for Lingxi. Long Chen knocked her head and smiled. Don't think too much. I've taken you, but I haven't been able to marry you openly. That's my incompetence. It can only mean that I'm trash. My family and background aren't something you can control. It has nothing to do with you. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. Lingxi said anxiously. NN. Long Chen nodded in agreement. However, there was a hidden determination in his heart. That would be his goal, to strive and become stronger. Next time, he would definitely give the girl in front of him a place to belong. They were already husband and wife. Long Chen owed her a status. After spending around 10 days rushing at full speed, they finally entered the territory of the Demonic Dragon Palace. The Demonic Dragon Palace controlled 3 star cities. Among them, the Chaos Star City was the largest. Long Chen was heading towards the Chaos Star City. The area ruled by the Demonic Dragon Palace was much more desolate than the area ruled by the 12 Supreme Alliance. There was not a single blade of grass left. The ground was like metal, pure black. Black dust filled the air. In the sky, the stars shone brightly. The starlight scattered on the black metal ground, reflecting a dazzling light. At a glance, the entire sky was shining. The quiet black light was beautiful. After entering the area of the Demonic Dragon Palace, They were quickly discovered by the patrollers of the demonic dragon palace. A team of martial artists dressed in black armor, with agile figures and flying speed, discovered them. There were about 10 of them in total, and they all had the aura of the purple blood demon dragon on them. Their physical bodies were rather strong, but they were not true dragon warriors. Long Chen reckoned that this group of martial artists had experienced the baptism of dragon blood, but it was not the inherited blood essence, but the blood of another divine dragon. They surrounded Long Chen with cold eyes. The leader was a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. He asked coldly, "Who are you? Please state your identity. This is the territory of the demonic dragon palace. Without the invitation of the demonic dragon palace, no one is allowed to enter." Long Chen didn't want any conflict. He said, "My name is Long Chen. I'm good friends with the young master of the demonic dragon palace, Long Xing. I've come by invitation." "Young master." The leader was shocked. He said, "The young master has indeed ordered that if someone named Long Chen comes, he must be brought to the chaotic Star City. I didn't expect it to be you. We will immediately open the way for you. Please follow me." The people of the demonic dragon palace were very straightforward. Following them, Long Chen went directly to the chaotic Star City. After a few days, the chaotic Star City finally appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked to find that the chaotic Star City wasn't an ordinary city. It was a huge black metal meteorite that fell from the sky. No wonder he could see cracks on the ground from a long time ago. It turned out that the meteorite was created when it fell. Now, the interior of the meteorite had been dug full of holes. It had become a spherical city, like a giant, standing between heaven and earth. In terms of size, the chaotic Star City wasn't as big as the Northern Star City. However, the chaotic Star City was like a fortress. Who could break it? Outside the chaotic Star City, a large number of martial artists of the demonic dragon palace were guarding it. The security was very tight. "The two of you can wait here for a while. Someone has already gone to the chaotic Star City to report. After a while, the young master will come personally to welcome you." The martial artists of the demonic dragon palace were very disciplined. They were like an army. This was very commendable. After waiting for a while, Long Xing finally came. Today was the 3rd chapter. He still hadn't recovered from his cold. He still had a headache. He still owed 5 chapters. There was no need to worry. Chapter 1433. Long Xing had already expected that if Long Chen survived, he would definitely come to the demonic dragon palace. Of course, Long Xing didn't know about the void cosmic dragon. This kind of super treasure had too many connections. If it was leaked, the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds would be in a bloodbath. Therefore, Long Chen was very careful. Even if he entered the chaotic divine kingdom, he couldn't tell anyone about it. Long Xing strode over and gave Long Chen a big hug. He laughed and said, "I knew you would come. I didn't expect him to be right. I've been paying attention to what happened in the 12 Supreme Alliances. I just got the news that you left the 12 Supreme Alliances. I didn't expect you to come here." Speaking up to here, he looked at Lingxi and was instantly stunned by Lingxi's ethereal temperament and beautiful face. Long Xing smiled and said, "This is Miss Lingxi of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Lingxi nodded lightly. Before coming, Long Chen had already told her that the man in front of her was a dragon warrior of the purple blood demon dragon. Before Wang Chen reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, his strength wouldn't be too far from Wang Chen's. As expected, a peerless beauty. "I say, Long Chen, you're really lucky with women." Previously, Li Xuanji. Speaking up to here, he quickly shut his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, Lingxi didn't care about this. After a round of introductions, Long Xing led Long Chen towards the chaotic Star City. At the same time, Long Chen also explained his purpose of coming. This time, it was for the Void Cosmic Dragon's inheritance blood essence. If he wanted to obtain this inheritance blood essence, he didn't know how much trouble it would be. Long Chen also didn't know what was waiting for him. This time, "I'm not here to join the demonic dragon palace. I just want to go to the chaotic divine kingdom. Can you help me?" Long Chen asked as he walked. Long Xing had already expected this. He heard that Long Chen's position in True Martial Emperor Palace was very high. Even true Martial Emperor Palace wanted to see him. True Martial Emperor Palace was much stronger than Demonic Dragon Palace. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it. However, it wasn't a bad thing to make a friend like Long Chen. Long Xing patted his chest and said, "That's naturally not a problem. Even if you don't join my Demonic Dragon Palace, Long Xing and Long Chen are still brothers. Leave the matter of the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom to me." Long Chen also smiled. However, he had only known Long Xing for a short time. If he wasn't a brother like Mo Xiaolang, he wouldn't be in a hurry to help. The Chaotic Divine Kingdom was the Demonic Dragon Palace's territory. If Long Xing knew that Long Chen wanted to take away the inheritance blood essence of the Void Cosmic Dragon, they wouldn't be able to be brothers anymore. This wasn't a matter of feelings. It was the inheritance blood essence of the ancestral dragon. It was too precious. There had never been such a precious thing in the history of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Even if Long Xing wasn't jealous, there were so many people in the Demonic Dragon Palace. There was also the Demonic Dragon Palace Master. They wouldn't allow Long Chen to take away the inheritance blood essence of the Void Cosmic Dragon. Therefore, no matter how good their relationship was, secrecy was the most important thing. Speaking of which, why did you enter the Chaotic Divine Kingdom? Long Xing asked without hesitation. Rumor has it that the Chaotic Divine Kingdom is the first historical remnant. Therefore, I want to go in and take a look. Also, I want to stay in there with Little Shi for a while. Long Chen had already prepared an excuse. Long Xing was extremely intelligent. He understood immediately. He frowned and said, "So it's like this. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will send people sooner or later. If it's the 4 Sword Masters, the Palace Master will definitely be alerted. Therefore, I have to ask the Palace Master. The Demonic Dragon Palace Master would definitely not let people like the 4 Sword Masters enter their treasury. Therefore, there would definitely be a fight. As a member of the Demonic Dragon Palace, Long Xing should also think for the Demonic Dragon Palace." He found a Demonic Dragon Palace soldier and said a few words to him. After the soldier left, he smiled and said to Long Chen, Come, it's not easy to come to my territory. Let's not talk about the Chaotic Divine Kingdom first. Today, I'll treat you and sister-in-law to a good tour of the Chaotic Star City." Long Chen understood that the soldier just now went to ask the Demonic Dragon Palace Master. Then, he just had to wait for the news. He held Ling Shi's small hand and walked into the spherical city. Chaos Star City was very interesting. This was a city that was dug out from the inside of a meteorite. Because everyone could fly, the entire city's interior was 3-dimensional. A house could be everywhere. The martial artists of the Demonic Dragon Palace shuttled back and forth. Countless exquisite gems that emitted beautiful light were hidden in the darkness, making the interior of Chaos Star City look like a starry sky. After flying a certain distance, one could see stars. Beautiful, right? Our Chaotic Star City has many fun places. Gambling, women, delicacies, everything. Haha, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As the host, Long Xing introduced to Long Chen as they walked. Hearing the word woman, Lingxi immediately tightened her grip on Long Chen's arm, worried that he would suddenly fly away. After following Long Xing around the Chaotic Star City for a while, Long Xing set up a banquet and used precious ingredients to entertain Long Chen. One of the dishes was actually made with immortal spirit, so the taste was naturally indescribable. It could be seen how much Long Xing valued Long Chen. After the banquet, Long Xing brought Long Chen and Yu Yang around for a while. Then, someone came over to pass on a message that the Demonic Dragon Palace Master had summoned him. Summon. Long Xing was stunned. He felt that this kind of thing could just be passed on by someone else, but he didn't expect that he would summon him. With his status, he couldn't even see the Demonic Dragon Palace Master a few times a year. When Long Chen came, the Demonic Dragon Palace Master wanted to summon him. Long Chen was also secretly careful in his heart. This time, he came for the Great Void Universe Dragon, which was a huge matter, and the Demonic Dragon Palace Master was a giant who had been famous for 10,000 years. With a raise of his hand, he could cause the heaven and earth to tremble. He was definitely not a match for him, and if he were to see through something, he would be finished. This was an existence comparable to the Realm Lords of the 9 realms. It could be said that in the entire 3 realms and 9 realms, the strength of this Demonic Dragon Palace Master could definitely be ranked in the top 20. This was a rather terrifying concept, and in terms of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, Long Chen reckoned that such an expert had at least passed through the fourth stage of nirvana tribulation. To be able to pass through the first stage of nirvana tribulation was already considered lucky, and the second stage was even more so. The third stage was already extremely rare, and the fourth stage was simply unheard of. Those who were able to survive the fourth stage of nirvana tribulation could only be described as legends. Every single one of them was a legend amongst legends. This old man is summoning us. I wonder what he is going to nag about. Let's go. Long Xing pursed his lips and had an unhappy look on his face as he brought Long Chen and the others over. It could be seen that Long Xing really wanted to use the demonic dragon palace to protect Long Chen and the others. Hence, he hoped that the demonic dragon palace master would directly pass a message to him, telling him that it was feasible. He didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to actually summon them. Long Xing led the way at the front. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance and held each other's hands tightly. The nervousness in their hearts couldn't be concealed, because this concerned their future fate. In fact, if the demonic dragon palace master didn't protect them, when the four great sword sovereigns arrived, it would be extremely easy for them to kill Long Chen. Even Lingxi might not be able to stop them. They gradually arrived at the center of the chaotic Star City, which was also the center of the meteorite. There was an incomparably huge demon palace here, called the Purple Blood Demon Palace. Inside the huge Purple Blood Demon Palace, there was nothing. Only one person lived there, and that was the demonic dragon palace master. Normally, without the demonic dragon palace master's order, no one could enter the Purple Blood Demon Palace. There were no guards in the Purple Blood Demon Palace. Long Chen and Lingxi stood in front of this majestic and domineering, yet mysterious and gloomy palace. They were incomparably shocked. This Purple Blood Demon Palace was like a metallic purple blood demon dragon, entrenched in the void, eyeing everyone covetously. And now, they were walking into the mouth of the Purple Blood Demon Dragon. This was the entrance to the Purple Blood Demon Palace. After entering, the scenery changed, and actually appeared in a different world. Inside, there were birdsong and fragrant flowers. The environment was pleasant, and it made people feel very comfortable. After walking on this grassland for half a day, a latrine and a courtyard finally appeared in front of them. The courtyard was filled with flowers and grass, and an old man dressed in simple clothes, tidied up meticulously, was holding a sprinkler, watering the flowers. The arrival of the group didn't disturb him, and only after he finished watering the flowers did he turn around, sizing up Long Chen among the three. This old man. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, was a little short and stout, and looked very kind, without the slightest bit of temper. He was the kind of person that if placed in a crowd, no one would notice him. It could be said that he was extremely reserved, making Long Chen unable to imagine that he was a peerless expert, an all-powerful demonic dragon palace master whose name shook the 9-star Chaos City. His face was rosy, his eyes were small, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. At this moment he was beaming at Long Chen, sizing him up, and said, "Child, you are the 7th dragon warrior I've seen." Long Chen hurriedly bowed. Junior Long Chen pays his respects to senior demonic dragon palace master. The little beauty Lingxi also followed Long Chen's lead and bowed. Truly a wife following the husband's lead. The 7th dragon warrior. It seemed like there were quite a number of hidden dragon warriors, but it was unknown how strong they were. Chapter 1434. N. Long Chen couldn't accept the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's straightforwardness. While he was confused, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord continued. "Let Long Xing bring you to the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom. As long as you don't come out, I won't let anyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace enter. Don't worry with my trump card, even if the 4 sword sovereigns come, they won't cause any trouble." Seeing that Long Chen didn't react, Long Xing quickly patted him and smiled. "You bastard, why aren't you thanking the Palace Lord?" Long Chen quickly replied. "Many thanks for the Palace Lord's protection." Since these words came out of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's mouth, the weight was much heavier. This meant that Long Chen could live with Lingxi in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom forever. It all depended on whether the Demon Dragon Palace Lord could withstand the attacks from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. With the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's power, he should be able to deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace without the Sword Spirit Emperor. However, Long Chen also knew that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace wasn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, how could the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace remain standing after being missing for so long? There's no need to thank me. I just admire you for being a young man with backbone. Nowadays, there aren't many young people with backbone. Let Longxing take good care of you. It must have been tough on you to travel this long. 5 days later, I'll let him bring you to the primal chaos divine kingdom. You can return now." After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he bid farewell to Longxing and the rest. "I didn't expect this old man to be so straightforward. This is great. As long as you enter the primal chaos divine kingdom, he will be able to block the pursuers and not let anyone disturb you. This old man has the ability to do so." After walking out of the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Longxing laughed heartily. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was a question in his heart. This Demon Dragon Palace Master was so straightforward. Did he really think that he had a backbone and had no other motives? One had to know that he had to deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen was sandwiched between the major powers. Experts were as common as trees in a forest. Even though he was already very strong, he was still a step away from this 10,000-year-old demon. Of course, among the billions and billions of people in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, Long Chen was someone who stood at the peak. After coming out of the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Longxing arranged a huge castle for Long Chen and allowed him and Lingxi to rest for 5 days. After instructing the servants to take care of them, he left first, leaving Long Chen and Lingxi a dreamlike space to be alone. The buildings in Chaotic Star City were quite unique and not bad. For Long Chen, he could do a lot of things in 5 days. In the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Longxing reappeared. The old man was sitting on a recliner, pretending to sleep. When Longxing came, he closed his eyes and asked, "Did you arrange a place for them to stay?" Longxing nodded, "Of course. Why did you ask me to come? Didn't we agree to protect them?" The Demon Dragon Palace Master shook his head. "I'm just a little curious. If he really needs protection, he can go back to the True Martial Emperor Palace. With the True Martial Emperor's protection, it won't be a problem for me. His goal is the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom. I'm guessing that he wants to go there to find something, or perhaps he already has a clue." Longxing was startled. He had a nervous expression. "Palace Master, this is my brother. Whatever he wants to find, just let him. Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom often appears. 1 or 2 more won't make a difference." The Demon Dragon Palace leader shook his head. "It's not a matter of being brothers. The Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom is the treasury of our Demon Dragon Palace. He came to our treasury to take something. Even if he's a friend, even if he's a brother, we still need to know what he took. My request is very simple. I'll give you a mission, follow them in, you must know what they took." Longxing was a little unhappy, but when the old man was tough, it was very terrifying. He was frank with Long Chen, so he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, the Demon Dragon Palace Master said coldly, "You are still young, you don't have the mentality of a true leader. You should have the mentality of a brother, but you should not have the heart to guard against others. This is the mission I'm giving you. If you can't complete it, you know my temper, leave." The Demon Dragon Palace Master had already said it solemnly. Although Longxing was conflicted, he had no other choice. He could only complete this mission. "I just need to know what he took. It's not like I won't let him take it. This shouldn't be a problem." He consoled himself. The Demon Dragon Palace Master wasn't wrong. The Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom was his treasury. He naturally had the qualifications to know what Long Chen wanted to take. Longxing thought about it carefully. It didn't seem to be a big deal. Maybe Long Chen just wanted to take refuge in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom. After all, the environment of the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom was like heaven and hell compared to the eternal hell. No matter when, improving one's strength could not be delayed. Long Chen focused on transforming the acupoints in his body, deriving more Nirvana world energy. He was constantly transforming and becoming more and more proficient in it. The hundreds of millions of acupoints in his body would probably not take half a year, but a few months to be completed. When he was done, he would build his own divine kingdom. His strength would definitely increase again, completing a huge leap. Every time he cultivated, Lingxi would sit in front of him, propping up her chin and looking at the serious man in front of her in a daze. She liked Long Chen's serious attitude at all times. She knew that part of his hard work was for her, so she was especially touched. A serious man was always the most attractive. In the middle of the night, Long Chen stopped transforming acupoints. Finally having a stable environment, it was time to complete the last stage of the 9 Dragon Scripture. He took out a blood-stained silver-gray dragon scale from the Great Void Realm. Isn't this the dragon scale of a Void Refinement Realm demon dragon? Lingxi's mouth slightly opened, she said with some surprise. Long Chen smiled mysteriously. Guess where I got it from? Wang Chen. Long Chen nodded and said, I dug it out from his body when I was fighting him. Although it's only a young dragon, it's barely enough for me to cultivate the 9th stage of the 9-dragon scripture. Only when the 9-dragon scripture was completed would it be a complete attack and a complete move. It could be said that the 8th stage of the 9-dragon scripture was still in an incomplete state, unable to unleash the full power of the 9-dragon scripture. Only when the 9 stages were completed and the 9 stages were cultivated, then the 9 stages would become one, forming an unparalleled dragon warrior combat technique. It was described in the 9-dragon scripture. This move was the complete fusion of the power of the 9 dragons, forming 9 consecutive killing moves. Its name was 9 dragons devouring the heavens. This was the true face of the 9-dragon scripture. It could be said that after cultivating the 9th stage, the 9-dragon scripture should be reborn. Awesome, Chen, you can do it. Lingxi clenched her small fists and cheered him on. Long Chen hugged her in his arms and gave her a big kiss. Only then did he straighten his mind and start cultivating the 9th stage of the 9-dragon scripture. The last stage was undoubtedly the most difficult and required a lot of effort. However, Long Chen's talent was already heaven-defying. He could even understand a connate Dao technique like the god-slaying art, let alone the 9-dragon scripture. With the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon scale as a medium, it was easier for him to complete it. If he used the god-slaying sword to execute the 9 dragons devouring the heavens, its power would probably be even stronger than the first word of the god-slaying art. Although the god-slaying art was mysterious and powerful, the problem was that Long Chen only knew a little about it for now. Half a day had passed and he had already made some progress. Long Chen opened his eyes and saw the little beauty looking at him eagerly. The look of worship in her eyes made him feel especially happy. It felt really good to have someone by his side at all times, even when he was cultivating. However, in order to make this day last, Long Chen still had to struggle. He stretched out his arms and hugged the woman in his life. Her delicate, snow-white body gave off a sweet fragrance, causing Long Chen to be unable to control his appetite. His pair of Lushan claws roamed around Lingxi's body and became naughty. Lingxi let out a soft moan. Her face turned red very quickly and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Her eyes were misty as she said, "Then, are Kitten and the others not here?" Long Chen was not a careless person. Of course, he had already chased them out. How could he let those shameless kitten disturb their world? "Don't worry, I've already chased them out." Long Chen chuckled and continued to invade her. "Well, I feel that Kitten has been a little strange lately. He's often in a daze and is very mysterious." Lingxi bit her soft pink lips as she spoke, as if she was enduring the numbness in her body. Her appearance was rather alluring. Yes. Hearing her say this, Long Chen indeed felt that was the case. The closer they got to the chaotic kingdom of God, the more strange this guy was acting. It seemed like he was struggling. This was the most suitable word to describe him. But why was he struggling? What was he struggling for? Long Chen thought carefully. Perhaps the only thing he could think of was the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon. Could it be that he also cared about this? However, he was only in the state of a soul now. The body of the dream demon was also not his own. Could the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon be of any use to him? Long Chen did not want to think about this matter. In reality, Kitten had accompanied him for so long and helped him so much. In his heart, Kitten had a very high status. Long Chen only saw him and Mo Xiaolang as real brothers who could be trusted. After spending so much time together, there must be a deep bond between them. But Long Chen still felt that Mo Xiaolang had many secrets that he did not know. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Long Chen did not want to think about this matter too much. He was just a little wary in his heart. Yes, Kitten is cute. Nothing will happen, Lingxi said softly. Chapter 1435. 5 days passed in a flash. Long Chen's achievement in these few days was to transform a lot of apertures. After nearly a month of transformation, there were about 5 million apertures that he had successfully transformed into Nirvana World energy. Moreover, the speed of transformation was still increasing. The power of Nirvana world energy in his body was about the same as the sum of the other dragon blood divine energies. This kind of power with 3 attributes of destruction, rebirth, and control was much more tyrannical than the dragon blood divine energies that only had offensive power. The 9 dragon scales had already gathered. After 5 days of practice, the cultivation of 9 dragons devours the heavens had basically taken shape. It still needed some time to really use it. These few days were given to Long Chen to rest, so Long Xing didn't come to disturb him. When the time came, he came alone and prepared to go to the chaotic divine kingdom with Long Chen. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace have already tracked your traces. Some people have already sneaked into the territory controlled by the demonic Dragon Palace. They probably know your whereabouts. When the time comes, the experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will definitely come. Let's go to the chaotic divine kingdom today. Long Xing said. Many thanks. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and followed Long Xing. They shuttled through the chaotic Star City and left. Finally, this moment had arrived. He was quite excited. Long Chen was actually thinking about whether he could use the inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon or not. He had already finished absorbing the inheritance blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. When he transformed into a dragon, he would be the infant of the ancient blood spirit dragon. If he accepted the inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon at that time, he would have 2 kinds of ancestral dragon bloodlines. What would the effect be? His body would explode and die just like the first time. The inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon would be directly suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade. These were all unknown. After coming out of the chaotic Star City, they chatted as they walked towards the chaotic divine kingdom. Of course, it was Long Chen who asked Long Xing about the chaotic divine kingdom. So far, Long Chen still didn't know anything about the chaotic divine kingdom. First, it was about the demonic dragon palace. Long Xing said proudly, "You know why the martial artists of my demon dragon palace are so strong? It's because a long time ago, before my demon dragon palace was established, my ancestor was adventuring in the primal chaos divine kingdom. By chance, he obtained the corpse of a frozen purple blood demon dragon." Corpse. Long Chen was a little surprised. That was a real divine dragon. Generally speaking, a dragon scale, a dragon claw, a dragon horn, and so on were already very precious. The demon dragon palace actually had half of the corpse of a purple blood demon dragon. It can be said that without this half of the devil dragon's corpse, there wouldn't be a devil dragon hall. When we obtained this half of the purple blood devil dragon's corpse, we also obtained 2 drops of inheritance blood essence. 1 drop came from that half of the corpse, and the other was obtained tens of thousands of years later. When my devil dragon hall rose and took control of the primal chaos divine kingdom, we obtained it again. The 2 drops of inheritance blood essence became the inheritance of the Hall Master and young Hall Master of the Devil Dragon Hall, passed down from generation to generation. Today, I have 1 of them. After I die, I will pass it on to the next generation. Speaking of the history of the Devil Dragon Hall, Long Xing was extremely proud. This was the glory of the Demon Dragon Palace. You can't imagine how big that half of the corpse is. Now, only the Palace Lord knows where he hid that half of the corpse. I've seen it once. That is a real divine dragon. Compared to the divine dragon that we dragon martial artists have transformed into, there is still a gap. It is said that when the ancestor saw the frozen corpse, he always thought it was a mountain range. Divine dragons had long been extinct. There were very few complete corpses left behind. Half of a corpse was already very rare. Long Chen was thinking about another matter. Since the inheritance blood of the purple blood demon dragon was found in the chaotic divine kingdom, then the inheritance blood of the void cosmic dragon should not be wrong. The chaotic divine kingdom was the treasury of the demon dragon palace. The demon dragon palace's defense of the chaotic divine kingdom could only be described as terrifying. In the 3 realms and 9 realms, there were probably only a few people who could force their way in. Of course, it was different if they had permission. As long as the disciples of the demon dragon palace had a pass, they could enter and train. After half a day of trekking, a black forest appeared in front of them. Some trees were 100 meters tall. They soared into the sky and covered the sun. In this forest, Long Chen could feel countless tyrannical existences guarding the forest. The Demon Dragon Palace had more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. He estimated that at least half of them were distributed in this pitch-black forest. With Long Chen's current battle strength, as long as he didn't cross 2 Nirvana Tribulations, he could basically deal with them. He could also be considered an expert of this level. He remembered that when he first came to the 9-star Chaos City, a few mysterious underworld hallmasters could take Long Chen's life. In just a few short months, this kind of progress could only be described as terrifying. The three of them walked into the pitch-black forest, shuttling through the dark trees. The shadows of the trees flickered like ghosts. Maybe these Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts were very familiar with Long Xing. When they saw Long Xing bringing a man and a woman over, they didn't come out to ask. If others came without a pass, they would definitely be stopped by them. After walking in this forest for half a day, they didn't encounter anything. However, they were already close to the entrance of the chaotic divine kingdom. Suddenly, a huge open space without any trees appeared in front of them. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. In the middle of the open space, there was a gray hole. When Long Chen walked over, he discovered that this deep hole was actually endless. This was a bottomless pit. The chaotic divine kingdom is in here. Long Xing chuckled. Below the bottomless pit, the clouds were rolling, nothing could be seen. However, everyone could fly, so this was nothing. No matter how terrifying the bottomless pit was, it was not as scary as the ghosts in the eternal hell. According to what Long Chen knew, there were no ghosts in the chaotic divine kingdom. However, there were also many fatal things in the chaotic divine kingdom. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and slowly descended from the bottomless pit. Long Xing was anxious. He kept muttering, "In the entire chaotic star city, I, Long Xing, have at least 10,000 women. These two bastards, they actually dared to show off their sweetness in front of me. When we return to the chaotic star city, I will summon my harem of thousands of beauties. You will be envious to death." Very quickly, they crashed into the clouds. The fog here was very thick, and it was difficult to see far away. Fortunately, there was no danger, but the bottom of the hole was still bottomless. They didn't know when they would reach the end. According to legend, a long time ago, this hole had a bottom. When the bottom of this hole disappeared one day, the chaotic divine kingdom appeared. Long Xing said. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and looked around, constantly on guard. "Don't be too nervous. At least when we reach the chaotic divine kingdom, you will be very surprised." Long Xing chuckled. After descending for about 2 hours, the speed became faster and faster. His body actually felt like it was twisting. An invisible force was acting on his body, trying to pull him somewhere else. "Don't resist," Long Xing said. Rumble. Long Chen gave up on resisting. Together with Ling Shi, they were pulled away by this huge force and crashed into the cave wall. However, the cave wall flashed with waves of water and actually swallowed them up. When Long Chen was able to see again, he discovered that he was floating above an incomparably vast sky. And this place was the primal chaos divine kingdom. Long Xing was right. When he saw the chaotic divine kingdom for the first time, Long Chen was indeed shocked. Because this place didn't look like an ancient ruin at all. It looked more like heaven on earth. Below him was a lush forest. In his field of vision there were flowers and trees. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Tall mountains rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. Countless strange ancient trees were growing healthily. An aura full of vitality assaulted his face. Above the tall mountains, incomparably clear water gushed down. Some formed waterfalls. White streams fell from the sky, emitting a deafening sound. It was a scene of paradise on earth. Far away, it was shrouded in a clear white mist. "This is the chaotic divine kingdom of my demonic dragon palace. It's very big. Until now, no one has been able to find its end. Even the previous palace lords couldn't. Those who went too far lost themselves. This might be an incomparably huge world. I once heard the palace lords say that this world is filled with endless possibilities. It's an abandoned paradise. How big is it? It might not even be as big as the eternal hell, but it's also possible that its scope surpasses the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent." Long Chen looked around and fell into shock. Long Xing might not know that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent had hundreds of cores like the 3 regions and 9 worlds, but the demonic dragon palace lord definitely knew. He actually said that this endless chaotic divine kingdom scope actually surpassed the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent. Just what kind of place was this chaotic divine kingdom? It was actually so big. However, I don't believe that a mere primordial era ruin could have so many of them. This is all that old man's boasting. saying that it's comparable to the sacrificial dragon continent. I think his head must have been kicked by a donkey. Haha, when I'm old and have time, I don't want to contend for hegemony anymore. I'll come here to explore this chaotic divine kingdom. I must find its end. Long Chen pondered in his heart. The mystery of the eternal hell lies in the city of the tragic death and the city lord of the tragic death. I thought that the chaotic divine kingdom was very simple, but I didn't expect that there would actually be the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon here. It will only be more mysterious than the eternal hell. Why are there so many mysterious things in this world? Chapter 1436. How could there be danger in such a place that looked like a paradise on earth? Because of the ghosts and the harsh environment in the eternal hell, the warriors suffered great losses. But there were no ghosts in the kingdom of chaos, only something called natural disaster. The three of them descended from the sky and hovered above the rugged mountain forest. At this time, Kitten and the 9 hell fantasy butterfly came out. After arriving here, Kitten became more silent, and his expression was quite serious. Only Kitten could understand the patterns in the tragic death city. It was a map, and only he knew the way. Therefore, after arriving at the kingdom of chaos, he was the one leading the way. Long Chen had already discussed with him that he would lead the way, but he couldn't let Long Xing know that they were looking for something. At least they should cover it up. After arriving here, Long Xing was the host, so he happily introduced the place to Long Chen. In the kingdom of chaos, there are no living killers, but there are more lethal killers. These killers appear randomly, and if you are unlucky, you will encounter them. For example, you are walking in a beautiful forest, and the ground is covered with fallen leaves. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appears under your feet, spewing out a large amount of terrifying flames, directly burning you to ashes. Or you are standing here, and a sudden gust of wind blows you away. These are all possible. This is the natural disaster that exists everywhere in the kingdom of chaos. Natural disasters only target people, and rarely destroy the environment here. Long Chen had already understood a little about this. This showed the mysteriousness and strangeness of the kingdom of chaos. Among the natural disasters, there are all kinds of natural disasters, such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning, fog, frost and snow, and also landslides, floods, flames, thunder, swamps, poisonous gas, and so on. They are endless and can kill all living creatures. But no matter what they are, no matter how terrible the disasters are, they rarely have a great impact on the environment of the kingdom of chaos. At most, after a piece of land is destroyed, it will quickly grow back. That's strange. From Long Chen's point of view, the kingdom of chaos seemed to be alive and intelligent. It would destroy all creatures that fell into it, but not itself. These natural disasters were not simple. For example, the malevolent flood dragon's black obscuring wind, devouring fire, and the thunder of the 9th heaven were nothing in front of these natural disasters. Moreover, regardless of whether it was on the ground or in the sky, these natural disasters were unavoidable. The sky was where the violent winds and lightning gathered. Once the chaotic divine kingdom was enraged, there was nowhere to hide. However, I have a secret technique that allows me to avoid natural disasters as much as possible, Long Xing said proudly. Don't keep me guessing. Hurry up and tell me. Long Chen glared at him. Haha, that's right. Try your best not to destroy anything in this primal chaos kingdom. Even if it's just a single leaf, if you were to touch it, a calamity might befall you in the next instant. Long Xing replied. A single leaf. Long Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. At this time, Kitten seemed to have found a clue. He signaled to Long Chen. Long Chen said, since we're here, let's take a walk around and gain some experience. Also, let's take an adventure. After saying that, he called out to Long Xing. He didn't let Long Xing lead the way. Instead, he walked in front. Behind him, Long Xing's expression changed a few times. He wasn't an idiot. This way, Long Chen was obviously here for something. It's just that he didn't want Long Xing to know about it for the time being. However, if this goes on, as long as Long Xing followed them, he would find out one day. Long Xing didn't want to bother with such a small matter, but the Demon Dragon Palace Lord insisted that he report what Long Chen took away. This made his heart feel extremely conflicted. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Who knows, Maybe the thing that this brat took away isn't even worth mentioning to my demon dragon palace. He comforted himself like this. With a mischievous smile, he once again chatted with Long Chen. However, his heart was still in the 9 worlds. If the thing that Long Chen took away was extraordinary, then how should he choose? Everyone's mentality was strange. Long Chen also knew that the hearts of the few people beside him were quietly changing. Only Ling Shi was truly worthy of his trust. He held Ling Shi's hand tightly as they walked through this beautiful mountain forest that was as beautiful as a fairyland. In the mountain forest, there were many harmless animals. Deer drank water and colorful birds danced in the air. Kitten stayed on Long Chen's shoulder. The 9 Hells illusionary butterfly was also tired. It stayed on Ling Xi's hair, becoming a beautiful decoration. Not long after he left, Long Chen encountered a so-called natural disaster. The hard ground instantly turned into a whirlpool. An incomparably cold arm made of water grabbed at him. Long Chen recognized this item. This was Yin Gui water. Any drop of it could melt the body of an ordinary cultivator. It had boundless might and was an innately cold item. With Long Chen's physical body, if he was caught, he would probably be unable to move for a few days. Luckily, he dodged quickly. He pulled Ling Xi and hurriedly retreated. Only then did he avoid danger. However, he still felt some lingering fear in his heart. The primal chaos divine kingdom looked like a paradise on earth, but it was filled with danger. It was even more dangerous than the eternal hell. With his current strength, he could basically deal with all natural disasters. Of course, if there was a truly terrifying, earth-shattering disaster, even he wouldn't be able to deal with it. After walking for 2 days, they encountered a total of 12 big and small natural disasters. They also directly found an immortal essence with 1 immortal mark in the mountain stream. The treasures in the primal chaos divine kingdom were more common, but they also needed to be alive to take them. In the past 2 days, the kitten had been using its brain to study the map and travel according to the map. The map was not that simple, so the journey would probably be slower than expected. However, fortunately, the Demon Dragon Palace leader was blocking the way outside, so they had enough time. Long Chen also took advantage of this period of time to properly cherish the appearance of being able to continue being entangled with Ling Shi. To them, as long as they could be together, it was beautiful and comfortable. Ling Xi enjoyed this even more. In her eyes, there was no void dragon inheritance blood essence, no primal chaos divine kingdom, only Long Chen. 2 days later, they walked from the rugged mountain forest to a boundless grassland. A fresh and cool breeze blew. There were many green breezes dancing on the grassland. They could see their existence. The colored wind looked very beautiful, but Long Chen knew how terrifying it was. They had no choice but to avoid these green breezes. Otherwise, if they were entangled by them, they would at least be peeled off a layer of skin. Suddenly, they found a corpse in front of them. Corpses were quite rare in the chaotic divine kingdom, because it was almost impossible for people who died in natural disasters to leave behind corpses. Of course, it was also possible, so they didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, the attentive Long Chen soon discovered that this corpse was different from the others. Because the corpse's internal organs had been dug out. Rather than calling it a corpse, it was better to call it an outer shell. To be able to eat a person's internal organs so cleanly, it was definitely not a beast in the primal chaos divine kingdom. This method reminded Long Chen of the ghosts in the eternal hell. The scene was too ugly. Long Chen didn't stay for long and left. Strange, no one in the primal chaos divine kingdom would die like this. This way of death seems to be in the eternal hell. Long Xing also frowned, thinking about this matter again. Could it be that something in the eternal hell would come to the primal chaos divine kingdom? That was too ridiculous. It was just a corpse. The two of them were puzzled for a moment, but they didn't pay much attention to it and continued on their way. The map was very complicated, and the primal chaos divine kingdom was too big. Kitten couldn't figure it out in a short time. They could only take one step at a time. There were many places on the map that needed to be considered before they knew where to go. Such an obvious treasure hunt naturally couldn't escape Long Xing's eyes. But he didn't ask, turning a blind eye to it. In front of us is a place where more people gather. Treasures appear more frequently, but they are all people of my demon dragon palace. With my identity here, basically no one will find trouble with us. After walking for another half a day, Long Xing said. In front of them, there was a thicket. The forest wasn't tall, but it was very wide. The ground wasn't too rugged, there were only small hills everywhere, it couldn't hide people. After walking into this area, they felt that there were people around, but it was also very noisy. Long Xing laughed out loud and said, "They should be waiting for the birth of some kind of heavenly treasure. Generally speaking, anything with 2 Dao patterns or immortal runes or below, whoever can snatch it will belong to them, so there will be a battle in a while. In the primal chaos divine nations this is very common. They are all people of my demon dragon palace. Even if everyone fights, they will show mercy." Indeed, along the way, there seemed to be many people rushing in that direction. Long Chen wasn't interested. It was just that according to the map, they had to pass through this place. Figures appeared in front of them. There was a total of more than 10 people gathered together as if they were waiting for something. Long Xing's status was very high. The moment he appeared, someone noticed him and hurriedly bowed to him. But he didn't leave his position. At the same time, he was also arguing with the others, looking very anxious. "What's going on?" Long Xing asked a weaker cultivator who didn't participate in the battle. Replying to young palace master, "There is a nirvana flame in that valley. It is crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I reckon it will mature soon. They are waiting for the moment it matures before rushing in to pluck it." That cultivator replied, "Nirvana flame. Not bad. It has 2 immortal patterns. It has a very strong effect of increasing nirvanic force. Unfortunately, I am not in the nirvana tribulation realm and can't use it." Long Xing stretched his waist and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was a little tempted. He already had nirvanic force now. Hence, he was guessing if this nirvana flame would be able to help him convert nirvanic world energy. Chapter 1437. While Long Chen and Long Xing were focused on the nirvana flame in the depths of the mountain stream, a black shadow quietly appeared behind a boulder far behind them. The shadow was completely black and deformed. His skin was covered in lumps, and there were 2 black iron locks growing out of his flesh. Looking at Long Chen and Lingxi, the black shadow gnashed his teeth, and his eyes turned bloodshot. "Long Chen, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in." His gloomy eyes were filled with boundless anger and hatred. Long Chen didn't care too much about what was happening behind him. After all, the only danger in the chaotic divine kingdom came from the natural disasters. In the face of Long Xing's provocative invitation, Long Chen agreed without hesitation. On one hand, he was a little interested in the invisible nirvana flame. On the other hand, after the battle with Wang Chen, he had made great progress, especially in the last stage of the 9 Dragons scripture. He had made some progress, and it was a good time to use Long Xing to hone himself. "Chen, you can do it." When Lingxi heard that they were going to compete, she was overjoyed and obediently moved to the side. Kitten on Long Chen's shoulder was also very tactful. Along with the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly, it stayed beside Lingxi. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly kept teasing Kitten, but Kitten was still listless. The 2 moved almost at the same time, rushing towards the valley. Long Chen had already transformed a large amount of Nirvana world energy. In many aspects, he was no weaker than Long Xing, even in terms of speed. A purple and a red light instantly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that they were going to compete for the Nirvana flame, the demonic Dragon Temple's martial artists thought that they were unlucky. They didn't know Long Chen, but Long Chen was the young temple master. "Everyone, don't let me win. Everything depends on strength. Whoever can snatch it will get it," Long Xing said straightforwardly. Everyone cheered. However, Long Xing was so strong that those below the Nirvana Tribulation realm were basically no match for him. Nirvana Tribulation experts were allowed to enter the chaotic divine kingdom. Long Chen glanced at Lingxi, who was quietly looking at him. With her by his side, he felt much more at ease. Next, he focused on looking into the mountain stream. At this moment, a large amount of spiritual energy in the chaotic kingdom of God formed a huge whirlpool in the sky above the mountain stream. It had a diameter of more than 10 miles. Countless spiritual energy was sucked in by the whirlpool and the Nirvana flame. It was about to mature and condense its second immortal mark. Things that were able to be called immortal essences were all precious treasures that possessed at least 10,000 years of maturity. The rebirth flame was a type of miraculous immortal essence. Before it matured, it was an inconspicuous weed, and only when it truly matured would it completely undergo a transformation and undergo rebirth, becoming a brilliant and resplendent immortal essence with enormous medicinal effects. At this moment, it was the time for the rebirth flame to mature. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too turbulent. Not only the Emperor's spiritual energy in the sky, but also the various spiritual energy in the ground and forest were being sucked in by the rebirth flame. If one rushed in at this time, one might be injured by the turbulent spiritual energy. 2. It could easily interrupt the maturation of the nirvana flame, turning it into a waste. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the moment it matured. That would be the time for everyone to sprint. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen, who looked very young. They heard Long Xing's words just now and knew that the reason why Long Xing fought for the nirvana flame was to compete with Long Chen. Then, this young man must be very powerful. But why couldn't they see it? Just when everyone was puzzled, the whirlpool in the sky suddenly shook and quickly disappeared. Then, everything returned to normal, but very quickly, a raging flame soared into the sky. The flame was burning with the aura of nirvana flame. The immortal essence had matured. This seemed to be a signal, causing everyone to speed up at this critical moment and rush in that direction. Among them, there were already a few early-stage nirvana tribulation martial artists who were fighting to be the first. Long Chen and Long Xing immediately moved. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The purple and red figures moved forward at high speed with a fierce momentum. Everyone was shocked. Many people hurriedly tried to stop them, but the two of them were too lazy to get entangled with them. Long Xing laughed loudly, his body swelled, his muscles twisted, and with a few flashes, he directly used his fists to send the competitors around him flying. Long Chen didn't do this, but wherever the two swords went, everyone retreated, not daring to block his attack. Whether it was the Lingxi sword or the god-slaying sword, they were mysterious and precious. Ordinary people couldn't resist at all. The killing aura of the god-slaying sword made people's hair stand on end, and the Lingxi sword was a sword that made people's souls tremble. The two of them quickly killed their way out of the encirclement, shook off the crowd, and took the lead, rushing in the direction of the nirvana flame. Long Xing saw that the other party had indeed rushed out, and he laughed loudly. He couldn't be bothered with the nirvana flame, and instead rushed towards Long Chen. Both his hands transformed, and a total of 18 purple divine dragons, as if they were his left and right arms. Under his control, they let out terrifying roars and rushed towards Long Chen from several directions. The ground shook, and energy surged. For a moment, Long Chen was completely trapped, and his steps forward were blocked. However, to him, this was a small matter. The god-slaying sword slashed down, and the god-slaying art burst out. 4 death sword lights swept out, and in a short moment, Long Chen slashed the 18 purple divine dragons into pieces. At the same time, he rushed out of the encirclement. Those 4 death sword lights, on the contrary, forced Long Xing to retreat, and the distance between him and Long Chen was instantly widened. However, Long Xing's reaction was extremely fast. After he dodged the attack, his legs pushed against the mountain walls, and he rapidly chased after Long Chen. Your sword move is not bad, but if you want to shake me off, you are still far from it. Long Xing's laughter came from behind. Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and at this moment, Long Chen let out a roar, and suddenly punched out. Purple Firmament Demon Dragon Fist. In that instant, his arm expanded, and was covered with purple scales, turning into a true dragon claw of a purple blood demonic dragon. It was 10 meters long, and with a punch, the ground cracked, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The purple blood demonic dragon was a strength-type divine dragon, and this punch of Long Xing's was completely reflected in strength. In fact, it wasn't any weaker than the 8 Desolation Violent Dragon Fist that Wang Chen had displayed previously. In fact, this purple firmament demon dragon fist was even more domineering. Can you take this move? Long Xing laughed provocatively. These few days, Lin Fan and Long Xing had a strange relationship. Long Chen laughed in his heart. Since the other party wanted to see who was stronger, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Before the purple firmament demon dragon fist, Long Chen put away the Lingxi sword, and directly used the god-slaying sword to execute the 9th level of the 9 dragon scripture. 9 dragons devours the heavens. The 9 dragons scripture was completed, and there were a total of 9 divine dragons. The mysterious sky jade fire dragon, the Songhai ice armor dragon, the ancient azure wood dragon, the golden thunder hell dragon, etc. The power of fire, water, wood, thunder, and earth were all gathered on the god-slaying sword. In that instant, A 9-colored formation appeared behind Long Chen and began to rotate. Each of the 9 positions on the formation had a mystical dragon coiled around it. Starting from the moment the first mystical dragon opened its eyes, the rest of the mystical dragons opened their eyes one after another. The 9 layers of dragon might gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure. Long Xing rushed forward, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Lifting his head, he saw Long Chen hiding in the middle of the 9 divine dragons. His eyes were bloodshot, and the long sword in his hand shone with a 9-colored radiance, guiding the 9-colored diagram. As Long Chen slashed down, the diagram changed, and the 9 divine dragons soared into the sky, forming a 9-colored sword chi that pierced towards Long Xing. When the sword chi transformed, it was still the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. The power of the 9 dragon scripture was unleashed to the extreme, and was actually this terrifying. Of course, Long Chen had only just come into contact with the 9 dragons devours the heavens, and had yet to fully display its true meaning. But even so, in this exchange, his 9 dragons devours the heavens had the upper hand. After a brief exchange, Long Chen had no choice but to withdraw the purple heavens devil dragon fist and retreat. At this time, Long Chen borrowed the rebound force to burst into laughter, and directly rushed into the mountain stream. Turning back, he saw a flower growing on a smooth boulder, burning like a flame. As expected, the fiery red petals of the flower had 2 shining immortal marks, and a dense aura of nirvanic energy rushed over. Before Long Xing could rush over, Long Chen directly plucked the nirvanic flame, as though he was in the great void realm. After that, he stood on top of the boulder, looking down at the surrounding mountains. Long Xing had just rushed over, and seeing that Long Chen had succeeded, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As for the others, they were even worse off. They were still far away from Long Chen, but now that they saw this young man succeeding, they were completely convinced of their defeat. Long Chen was about to speak, but he suddenly sensed something. He hurriedly activated his soul eye technique, looking towards the direction of the mountain stream. Unexpectedly, what he saw caused his hairs to stand on their ends. Wang Chao. Regardless of who it was, nobody could cause Long Chen to be so shocked. Only Wang Chao, who had died twice in his hands. It was impossible for Wang Chao to appear here. However, in his vision, the ghostly creature that was sneaking an attack on Lingxi was none other than Wang Chao. Long Chen was scared silly. Luckily, he still had a brain. He knew that Lingxi's strength was actually very terrifying. Also, there was the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly beside her. Not to mention Long Chen, even Lingxi herself didn't know where this little butterfly came from. She didn't know exactly how strong it was. When Long Chen discovered Wang Chao, Lingxi and the rest also discovered that this ghostly creature was extremely ugly. The 9 Hells fantasy butterfly was startled. It flapped its wings, and a formless ripple swept towards Wang Chao. In an instant, the ghostly creature was blasted away, causing Wang Chao's sneak attack to instantly turn into bubbles. Long Chen was worried about Lingxi's safety. At this moment, he had already rushed over. Luckily, Lingxi was fine. Just as he was about to chase after Wang Chao, that brat had already been injured by the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly. Wang Chao actually had such a miraculous secret art. He directly used his hand to open a black vortex and jumped in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving behind Long Chen and the rest to exchange glances. Chapter 1438. Because of Wang Chao's appearance and his strange disappearance, everything became complicated and confusing. Long Chen, Long Xing, and the others first left this place, looking for a relatively safe place where natural disasters would appear less frequently. Long Chen pondered, "This damned thing was originally in the city of wrongful deaths, and I killed it. But now it appeared here. Wang Chao is now being controlled by the city lord of the wrongful deaths, so his appearance here is not unrelated to the city lord of the wrongful deaths." Long Xing was puzzled. That's impossible. There is only one entrance to the chaotic divine kingdom, and the people of the demon dragon palace are guarding it. How could this damn thing come in? Long Chen said, "The city lord of the wrongful deaths has stayed in the eternal hell for so long, and he is extremely mysterious. He is far more familiar with the 9 great ancient ruins than you are. Such a mysterious existence is not something we can predict. This matter must be done by him, and he must have an ulterior motive." Long Xing thought for a while, then said, It seems that we have to let the palace lord know about this. Without another word, he found a demon dragon palace martial artist nearby and told him the details of the matter here, asking him to go back and report to the demon dragon palace lord. After everything was done, Long Xing heaved a sigh of relief. This guy coming here is nothing. If the 10 great ghost kings and the city lord of the wrongful deaths come here, this chaotic divine kingdom will probably be occupied by them. Long Chen's goal was the void Ian dragon's blood essence. Before that, he wouldn't care about anything else unless it was related to him. If he met Wang Chao again, he would not let him escape. Long Chen wanted to kill the other party, but the other party also wanted to kill him even in his dreams. In the next few days, Long Chen decided to take a break and try to refine the Nirvana flame. This was a kind of magical and special immortal spirit. The effect of the Nirvana spark was beyond Long Chen's expectations. It was like a ball of flame that gathered a large amount of Nirvana energy and rushed into Long Chen's body. It accelerated the transformation of Long Chen's acupuncture points and filled up the gap of Nirvana energy in Long Chen's body. The Nirvana energy in his body began to grow unprecedentedly. 3 days later, after he had completely refined the Nirvana spark, he had transformed a total of 10 million acupuncture points, which took up 1/10 of all his acupuncture points. Long Chen couldn't help but daydream. It would be great if he had a large amount of Nirvana flames, but he understood that this sort of thing could simply be chanced upon by luck, as it was already not bad to possess a single divine object in the heavens and the earth. As a result, the Nirvana world energy in his body began to surpass the dragon blood god Yuan. In the future, in his battles, the Nirvana world energy would be the main output. After everything was done, the group continued on their journey. With Lingxi accompanying him, although the pressure in the future was great, Long Chen had nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps, after they left this place, they would face trial. However, Long Chen was not a coward. He couldn't stay in a place like the chaotic kingdom for the rest of his life. Although the environment here was beautiful, like a paradise on earth, with mountains and rivers, there was no sense of security. Those natural disasters could happen at any time. Even if they were meditating and cultivating, there would suddenly be a terrifying lightning strike from the sky. No matter how fast they dodged, they would almost be covered in dust. After all, the speed of lightning was too fast. The only thing that was gratifying was that Kitten finally found the way and saw the way forward. It's actually in this position. It's quite a distance from here. Kitten muttered to himself. It's fine. We have plenty of time to walk there. Long Chen said softly. This Long Xing, what do you plan to do? If he knows, after all, it's the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon. Even if their relationship is good, he will be scared. Now that the chaotic kingdom is under their control, if he reports it, after we leave, that old fox demon dragon palace lord will definitely not let us off. Kitten said with a little worry. Long Chen also felt that it was a little difficult, but now, both sides had more or less a plan. Long Chen gradually had a plan in his heart. As long as he didn't say anything, who would know that it was the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon? At that time, he would just casually make up a story. If Long Xing really recognized Long Chen, he wouldn't ask too much. I will handle it. Long Chen replied to Kitten. Lord Cat's eyes were solemn. He stared at Long Xing for a while before lowering his head to point the way. This journey was quite arduous. They encountered many natural disasters along the way, crossed many tall mountains, flew over many large lakes, experienced floods, volcanic eruptions, passed through forests that covered the sky, and experienced many difficulties and obstacles. Following the route on the map, they finally approached the land of inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon. I'm sure that the ancestors of my Demon Dragon Palace have never been here. At the very least, this place doesn't exist on the map drawn by my ancestors. Your route is really complicated. I don't even know how you got here. Long Xing's eyes were deep as he looked around. His personality was originally sloppy, but the deeper they went, the more unfathomable his emotions became. Compared to the previous places, this place was even more dangerous. Long Chen and the others were currently hovering above a large black swamp. Beneath the swamp, terrifying waves of mud could surge up into the sky at any time, easily pressing people into the ground. On this swamp, Long Chen and the others had been traveling for several days. We are only 30 miles away. Kitten's voice was trembling. The inheritance blood essence of the Void Infinity Dragon was the world's greatest treasure. Even he couldn't hide his excitement. Long Chen, on the other hand, was very calm. Everyone sped up and a few figures flew through the air, heading straight ahead. After passing through the thick fog, Long Chen suddenly saw a small island in the swamp up ahead. The island was not big and was round in shape. The island was green, completely different from the surrounding swamp. It was like an oasis in the middle of a desert. There were no mountains on the island. It was flat, and it was easy to see the island. When everyone landed on the island, they saw a black metal statue in the center of the island. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a human head. There was only a human head, about a meter in diameter. It was placed there. From the outline, this human head was no different from a normal person. However, there was a vertical third eye in the middle of the eyebrows. Although it was a statue, Long Chen still felt a huge spiritual impact. They didn't dare to look directly at the statue. In the next moment, Long Chen saw something that made him even more nervous. Beside the statue, there was a black shadow trying to move the statue. It was a pitch-black shadow with rotten flesh all over its body. More than 10 black chains hung from its flesh and blood, hanging on the ground. There was no doubt that it was Wang Chao. This time, Long Chen was really nervous. What was this place? The inheritance place of the Void Infinity Dragon. Wang Chao actually appeared in such an important place. Long Chen and the others found their way here step by step according to the map. How did Wang Chao get here? How did he know about this place? Could it be that he also knew about the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon? This was not good. If he knew about it, it meant that the City Lord of the Wronged also knew about it. If this matter were to spread, no matter where Long Chen went, he would probably be chased by countless people. He would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. He forced himself to calm down. Big Brother Chen. Ling Xi's face was also filled with doubt as she pursed her small mouth. Only when Long Chen pulled her did the two of them quickly rush towards the island. Surround him, Long Chen said to Long Xing. The two of them understood and appeared beside Wang Chao one after the other. At this time, Wang Chao also noticed them. He suddenly turned pale with fright and shouted in horror. How did you know about this place? Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he also knew about the existence of the Void Infinity Dragon. This was impossible. Only Kitten could understand this patterned map. If the City Lord of the Wronged could understand it, he wouldn't have sent Wang Chao here today. Moreover, if they really knew that this belonged to the Void Infinity Dragon, even if the City Lord of the Wronged couldn't use it, he wouldn't have sent Wang Chao here alone. Long Chen's mind raced. He had Ling Xi retreat to a safe place. With the protection of the 9-Hell illusionary butterfly, there shouldn't be any problems. Then he and Long Xing surrounded Wang Chao. Long Chen said coldly, You ask me how I know about this place. I want to ask you how you know about this place. Do you want to take away this black head statue? Wang Chao was startled. Long Chen, how did you know? His eyes revealed a horrified expression. Then he forced himself to lie and crazily said, You must have stumbled into this place. Your luck is truly good. I advise you to get the hell out of this island. This isn't a place you should be in. Hurry up and scram. Long Chen looked around and signaled to Long Xing. He coldly snorted and said, Humph, I'll kill you first. Wang Chao was enraged. He glared at Long Chen and opened his bloody mouth, roaring, Long Chen, do you think I'll lose to you again? You don't know how much stronger I've become after losing to you last time. This time, I'll let you experience what death feels like. I'll eliminate you all, Kaka. You obtained strength by devouring the flesh and blood of living people. What's there to be proud of? Long Chen taunted. His words struck Wang Chao's sore spot. Dang! Wang Chao roared. He opened his bloody mouth, which occupied half of his face. He looked incomparably malevolent. This time, Long Chen wasn't polite to this ghostly thing. He knew that if he wanted to kill him, he had to be ruthless. He couldn't give him any chance to recover. This ghostly thing was practically unkillable. Long Chen didn't believe that he could use Ling Xi's sword to destroy his remnant soul. Without saying a word, he wielded the dual divine swords and pounced towards his opponent. Chapter 1439. Wang Chao went berserk and a grey aura engulfed his entire body. His body expanded and a large number of metal chains grew out of his flesh. They danced in the air and formed numerous metal snakes that roared towards Long Chen. The gray aura surrounded the metal chains and it had an aura similar to the god-slaying sword. Long Chen shouted. Without a second word, the god-slaying sword slashed down from the sky. Darkness, devouring, and the other 4 elemental attacks formed a sword mark with the word heaven. The terrifying might of the god-slaying sword clashed with the countless metal chains. In that instant, ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping could be heard. Clang, clang, clang. The god-slaying sword was the nemesis of the metal chains. Everywhere it passed, the metal chains were broken. Without a doubt, Long Chen could clearly see the shock on Wang Chao's face. Long Chen had converted a large number of acupoints during this period of time and unleashed the power of the Nirvana realm. The strength in his body was close to that of a Nirvana realm martial artist. Coupled with his strong physical body, he unleashed the god-slaying art and used the might of the ghostly gods to break the chains and approach Wang Chao. Heaven-devouring 9 dragons. This time, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword to execute the heaven-devouring 9 dragons. Using the Lingxi sword might not be as violent as the god-slaying sword, but in close combat, the Lingxi sword was more effective in dealing damage to the god martial soul. The heaven-devouring 9 dragons was executed and the 9 divine dragons formed a 9-colored sword aura. Before Wang Chao could react, the sword aura surged and pierced his chest. Within the Lingxi sword, the power of nirvana that belonged to Long Chen exploded. The destructive power completely shattered Wang Chao's physical body. At the same time, Long Chen used the power of the Lingxi sword to kill Wang Chao's remnant soul with the power of the Lingxi sword. Me too. Long Xing rushed over and spat out primordial violet qi. It wrapped around Wang Chao's body and turned him into ashes. Long Chen. Wang Chao let out a miserable howl. It was clear that the most serious injury to him was the damage to his soul, which made it impossible for him to control his body. In fact, in a very short period of time, he was crushed to pieces. After a furious roar, there was no more movement. Long Chen was afraid of Wang Chao, so he used a killing move from the get-go. When the primordial violet qi passed, he checked the surroundings, and finally confirmed that Wang Chao was dead. After they were done, both of them felt a lingering fear. Why is this thing here? Both of them were confused. After taking care of Wang Chao, Lingxi and the rest also came up. The map was useless now. The map was pointing to this small island. However, where the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence was would depend on everyone's careful search. The most prominent part of the entire island was the human head statue in the middle. It was also something that Wang Chao had moved before. It was Long Chen and Long Xing's arrival that caused him to stop moving it. Currently, the human head statue had loosened, but it had not been moved successfully. Long Chen's gaze involuntarily shifted to the human head statue. He discovered that the human head statue was terrifyingly heavy. With his strength alone, he was unable to move it. Only when Long Xing came to help, did the two of them slowly move it. After the human head statue was pushed away, Long Chen discovered that there was a black vortex below. It was surrounded by fog, just like the entrance to the primal chaos divine kingdom. However, the entrance was only 1 meter in diameter, which was relatively small. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Without a doubt, the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence should be inside. However, how did Wang Chao know that the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance land would be inside after the human head statue was pushed away? Wang Chao was already completely dead. It was impossible for Long Chen to ask him anything. Moreover, even if he was alive, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. After coming out of the passage, Long Chen pondered for a moment before he looked at Long Xing who was beside him. It was time for them to lay their cards on the table. Long Xing didn't feel anything. He waved his hand and said, "Come, let's talk." Chen. Lingxi softly called out. She was somewhat worried. "It's fine," Long Chen said and came to the edge of the island with Long Xing. He had been hiding it from Long Xing along the way, which probably made him feel a little helpless. However, Long Xing was a very direct person. He smiled and said, "I've thought it through. Although the old man told me to know what you want to take away, I, Long Xing, am a good friend, so I'll let you do as you wish. We aren't familiar with each other, so it's reasonable for you to hide it from me for so long. However, you're about to let me follow you in, which means that you trust me. This is also giving me face. This time, I'll go all out. You guys go in, I'll stand guard outside for you." Long Chen was actually a little touched. If it wasn't for the important matter of the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence, he wouldn't have hidden it from the other party. But at this time, the other party didn't care about anything and was even willing to stand guard for him. For the demon dragon palace master to protect him, it was probably because of the other party's plea. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He was the kind of person who would treat others better if others treated him well. Without any unnecessary words, he directly said, "Many thanks. If there's any trouble in the future, just say the word. I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Go, don't play with this, daddy, haha." Long Xing laughed freely. Long Chen smiled and nodded. He looked around and said, "Since Wang Chao came here, the city lord of the wronged might know this place, so you have to be careful. Don't worry, this chaotic kingdom is my territory. How could I not know?" Long Xing smiled and said. With these words, Long Chen was completely relieved. He turned back and met up with Lingxi. The two of them discussed for a while. Then, Long Chen let Lingxi, Kitten, and the others enter the Great Void Realm. Then, he bid farewell to Long Xing, surrounded himself with the power of the Nirvana Realm, and jumped into the narrow abyss. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he had entered an intestine and was falling downwards. As he fell, Long Chen suddenly thought of the human head statue. Why is the material of this statue similar to the lower body statue at the entrance of the eternal hell? This thought suddenly flashed across his mind. Perhaps it is possible that the goal of the Wang dynasty is not to enter here, but to obtain that human head statue. But, just what is that human head statue, and why would it be placed here? Moreover, who was the one who drew the patterns of the cosmic infinity dragon's inherited blood essence in the city of wrongful death? And even further back, who was the one who placed the extreme universe finger in Full Moon Pavilion? Starting from the extreme finger of time in the Full Moon Pavilion, Long Chen found himself walking into someone's trap, and thus looking for the path of the Great Void Dragon's blood essence. So, who was the one who placed this trap? He couldn't figure it out. In this intestine-like space it was dark. Long Chen actually experienced a feeling similar to the fulfillment of time and space. He didn't know how long he had been falling in this tunnel. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps countless hours had passed. This caused his consciousness to gradually blur. "Chen, wake up!" Ling Shi's soft shout woke Long Chen up from his slumber. He looked around him and discovered that he was still in the middle of this grayish passageway. Below him was still a patch of grayish darkness and the space was extremely small. He was almost unable to stretch out his hands to stretch out his body. If he did not control himself, he would even frequently bump into the mountain walls. "Chen, where are we going? How can we go back later?" Lingxi was a little nervous. Long Chen's heart was similarly not at ease, but he knew that he could not panic. As he comforted Ling Shi, he simply transformed the Nirvana realm's energy at the same time. Only the transformation within his body could allow him to roughly estimate the flow of time. Right time. Long Chen suddenly woke up. This tunnel wasn't very deep, but the time was messed up. Sometimes it was fast and sometimes it was slow. It made it difficult for Long Chen to feel the flow of time. Just like when he transformed the power of the Nirvana realm, the same speed would show the feeling that sometimes it was fast and sometimes it was slow. When it was fast, the speed of transformation was thousands of times faster. When it was slow, the divine energy in his body crawled like a snail. This was a tunnel of time. The void cosmic dragon was the dragon of time and eternity. This further confirmed that Long Chen and the others had found the right place. As long as they passed through this place, there was no doubt that they could find what Long Chen wanted. There was more anticipation in his heart, and less fear. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Long Chen finally saw a light spot below him. At this time, time had become very slow. It was a short distance, but Long Chen estimated that almost a day had passed before he finally landed on his light spot. At that moment, it was as if he had entered the stomach from the intestines. His surroundings were bright. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky into this world. This is... Long Chen was puzzled at first, but soon after, his face froze as he stared blankly at the small town below him. Lingxi saw the scene outside through the void realm. Her beautiful face was also filled with shock. She said in surprise, Isn't this Baiyang town? This was the place where they met and knew each other. It was the place that left the deepest impression on them, and it was also the place that was filled with nostalgia. This was also the place where Long Chen was born. It was the place where he had spent half of his life. But why did he come out of the kingdom of chaos and descend here? With a face full of shock, Long Chen slowly descended and landed on the streets of Baiyang town. This was a street that he was very familiar with. When he was young, he ran and escaped through these streets of various sizes. He was very familiar with every brick and tile here. This was the place where he was born and raised. Looking around blankly, Long Chen's heart trembled. Why did he come back here? Chapter 1440. As soon as Lingxi explained why there wasn't a single person around, the quiet Baiyang town suddenly became lively. The streets and alleys were filled with people peddling their wares, the sounds of children playing, and all kinds of conversations. It was a happy and harmonious scene. The originally empty Baiyang town suddenly had many people appearing out of thin air. They were dressed in plain clothes and had no foundation in martial arts. Their faces were either full of smiles or full of worry. Everything seemed so real. Long Chen felt so real when he was in this environment, as if he had truly returned to Baiyang town. Countless people coming and going, that kind of real feeling, the aura emitted from each person's soul, there was nothing suspicious about this. This was Baiyang town. Because it was so real, Long Chen was stunned. He had returned. Although everything was real, and there were people coming and going on the streets, Long Chen still felt that it wasn't real. If it was real, why was there no one at the beginning, and then so many people appeared out of thin air? Chen. Lingxi also knew this strange place. She held Long Chen's arm, and looked around with a puzzled face. She said, "What a real place. Is this an illusion? But how can there be such a real environment?" As soon as she finished speaking, countless people noticed Lingxi. Such a beautiful girl, who didn't belong to the mortal world, as if she didn't exist in this world. The sudden arrival of such a fairy-like girl stunned the people of Baiyang town. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen and Lingxi from afar. Isn't that the Yang family's good-for-nothing young master? Yeah, this guy, how can he have such a beautiful girl by his side? Don't tell me he kidnapped and sold her? What a sin. All the young masters of rich families are like this. Not to mention the Yang family is one of the two big families, they are very powerful. But I have never seen such a beautiful fairy in my life. She really is a fairy. What a pity. They knew that women in Long Chen's hands could still escape. As he listened to these whispers, the shock in Long Chen's heart grew greater and greater. He had originally been sure that this wasn't Baiyang town, and that this was only the illusory realm that Lingxi had spoken of. However, the timing didn't match up. In their eyes, he was actually still a hedonistic young master. Just when exactly was this? Just as Long Chen was looking around with a face full of doubt, a servant in short clothes hurriedly ran over from the side of the street. Because he was rushing with his head lowered, he almost bumped into Long Chen. He quickly stopped and looked at Long Chen in a daze. After a while he reacted and quickly said, "Young master, why are you dressed like this? Aren't you at the Jadeite pavilion?" Long Chen's pupils shrank and his brain worked quickly. He knew that he was here to take away the void cosmic dragon's blood essence. Who was behind all this? The servant in front of him existed in the depths of Long Chen's memory. He thought about it carefully and remembered that this person was actually his servant, Goldie, who had been following him for some time. Then, the Jadeite Tower. That was the place that Long Chen often stayed at. However, since that day, Long Chen hadn't been there again. Young master, something big has happened. Master passed away." Goldie's expression was anxious as he hurriedly said. He had come here to inform Long Chen of his arrival. Master. Long Chen's body trembled. Long Qinglan. He said that Master had passed away. It was undoubtedly Long Qinglan, but Long Qinglan had faked his death. However, no matter what, Long Chen had too many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask him. From Goldie's words, today was the day that Long Chen's fate changed. In other words, Long Qinglan was still alive. Long Chen could assume that what he had just experienced was a time tunnel. If time had been reversed, then he had a lot of questions to ask Long Qinglan. Therefore, after sorting out his thoughts, he had no choice but to calm down. He said, "I understand. You can go back first." With that, he brought Lingxi with him and headed towards the Yang family in his memories. "Chen, what happened? Where are we?" Lingxi racked her brains, but she still didn't understand. Long Chen told her everything he knew. Of course, the reversal of time was only a hypothesis. The Void Aeon Dragon was the ancestor of time. Perhaps all of this had something to do with it. In the void realm, Kitten poked his fat head out and looked at everything with a scrutinizing gaze. Occasionally, he revealed an expression of excitement and confusion. As Long Chen pondered, he returned to the familiar Yang family under the strange gazes of the crowd. He didn't let Lingxi hide. Instead, he openly brought this peerless beauty into the Yang family. Lingxi's beauty caused a huge commotion along the way. Many people even followed her until Long Chen brought her into the Yang family. As soon as he entered the Yang family, the scene that made Long Chen excited happened in his memory. Two people walked towards Long Chen. The one in front was a tall young man in a white brocade robe. He was Long Chen's second uncle's eldest son and his cousin, Yang Zhan. He was the one who committed suicide because of Long Chen's humiliation. Behind him was a wretched-looking man. He was Yang Zhan's cousin, Chen Lu. These two people had disappeared from the depths of Long Chen's memory for a long time. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He held Lingxi's tender hand and looked at the two of them with a nostalgic gaze. The Long Chen of the past naturally wanted nothing more than to kill the two of them. But the Long Chen of the present was different. He was already standing at a height that they could not even imagine. The humiliation they had suffered back then had already vanished into thin air. Their arrogance had also become nostalgic and cute in his eyes, causing him to revisit the path he had taken. He had actually walked all the way to where he was now. Yang Chen. Yang Zhan was about to laugh out loud when he saw Long Chen holding the hand of a girl as beautiful as a goddess. His eyes instantly widened. After a while, he reacted and said, "Damn you, Yang Chen. Abducting a girl again. Doing such a heartless thing. I don't care if your old man dies today. I'll teach you a lesson to clear the girl's name." After saying that, he directly moved and punched towards Long Chen. That punch directly landed on Long Chen's face, but it was as if he had punched steel. Yang Zhan's fist was red and swollen from the pain. His face twitched as he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "Bastard! How dare you hurt my cousin?" Chen Lu was enraged. He pounced towards Long Chen at lightning speed. In Long Chen's eyes, his speed was extremely slow. With a smile on his face, Long Chen gently pinched his arm and threw him onto Yang Zhan's body. Then he stretched out his leg and stepped on the two of them. Back then, he didn't have the power to trample on them so easily. But even so, Long Chen didn't use a billionth of his power. The current him could easily shatter this fragile world. Under Long Chen's absolute power, Yang Zhan and Chen Lu screamed continuously. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Yang Chen a useless playboy? Didn't he lead a befuddled life? How could he be so powerful? The two of them couldn't even put up a resistance in his hands. "Do you see this?" Long Chen stretched out his hand. Under the guidance of a powerful aura, the clouds in the sky were attracted by him and descended above the Yang clan. Smiling softly, Long Chen said, "This is the power of a god. Get lost." Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. Long Chen loosened his foot. The two of them hurriedly got up and fled in panic. As they fled, they shouted, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be a ghost? His mind immediately became solemn. Holding Lingxi's hand, he led Lingxi forward under the stunned gazes of the maids and guards in the mansion. Occasionally, someone blocked the way, but Long Chen directly threw them away. Until Long Chen arrived at the place where Long Qinglan used to live. Several maids and guards were guarding there. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, they hurriedly dispersed. On the ground, a man covered in black was lying on the ground. The whole house was filled with the smell of alcohol. Long Chen felt sour in his heart. It wasn't just a matter of reliving the past. He had two deep feelings for this man. It could be said that everything he had was given to him by the other party. However, Long Chen knew nothing about him until now. He only knew that he must be a super strong person. However, this person who had once dominated the dragon sacrificial continent died in a place like Baiyang Town, in a drink. Looking at the man lying on the ground, no matter how calm Long Chen was, he couldn't help but feel sour in his eyes. He wanted to cry. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A beautiful woman wearing a light red dress with her hair tied up high walked over surrounded by a group of people. She turned to look at Long Qinglan's corpse and sighed. Faintly she said, "This ill-fated relationship has ended. Yang Chen, he's your father. For the sake of our relationship, find a place to bury him." It was such a familiar phrase. Back then, Long Chen had buried all his anger in his heart. However, at this moment he had thought it through. Perhaps to Long Qinglan, he didn't care about this little woman at all. After all, she was just an ordinary person. She didn't leave immediately because she saw Lingxi, who was as beautiful as a goddess. She opened her mouth and asked solemnly, "Who is this girl?" "Your wife," Long Chen answered. "Humph, as long as she's not a prostitute." Yang Xueqi snorted coldly and stroked the hem of her dress. She couldn't be bothered to take another look and left immediately. Even so, Lingxi was touched by Long Chen's words. In this world, the two of them were on a high level. But all of this was what Lingxi dreamed of. Is it the same as before? Long Chen remained silent. He helped Long Qinglan up. This man's body was like a whirlpool that he couldn't figure out. Chapter 1441. They found the carriage and placed Long Qinglan's mysterious body in it. Long Chen knew that he would be the key to this illusory Baiyang town. He and Lingxi drove the carriage out of the city, one on the left and the other on the right. They were very fast, and after a while, they arrived at their destination. This familiar place made Long Chen miss it very much. At this moment, he was undoubtedly very excited. He moved Long Qinglan's corpse down and leaned it against a tree. Then, he and Lingxi looked at him quietly. Lingxi had heard Long Chen talk about the past, so Long Qinglan's corpse should come back to life. Long Chen wanted to see him alive. Long Qinglan's vision was unparalleled, so he must know what was going on. Long Chen had too many questions to ask him. Seeing this thin and dispirited man again, Long Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Hey, don't play dead. I know you're still alive," Long Chen said in a teasing tone. He wasn't teasing Long Qinglan, but his own life. "Must you wait for me to dig a hole for you to come back to life?" Long Chen said with a smile. There couldn't be two mysterious dragon jades in this world, so it proved that the current Long Qinglan was different from the Long Qinglan of the past. Otherwise, Long Chen could have taken out the Yang family's dragon seal and obtained the second ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood. This world was fake, and it wasn't even because time had been reversed. There wasn't a second him in Jadeite Jade building. And the core of this world should be Long Qinglan. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, Long Qinglan finally opened his murky eyes. At that moment, Long Chen was on the verge of tears. This man was his faith, and at this moment, his faith had finally come back to life. There were no words to describe how excited Long Chen was at this moment. Last time, Long Qinglan's corpse had come back to life, which had given him a fright. Since then, his life had changed. This time, Long Qinglan opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He looked at his son with approval and excitement, and said, "You're finally here." This different sentence brought Long Chen too much excitement. This was also the difference between this world and the previous one. If time was reversed, the first words he would say would be, "Brat, hurry up and dig out my danton." "Father." Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and he hurriedly knelt to the ground and bowed deeply. This was the person he respected the most in his life, and he was like heaven and earth to him. They had met again, but he still didn't know if he was dead or alive. Although there were many problems, etiquette couldn't be forgotten. Lingxi was like a chicken that followed the chicken, and a dog that followed the dog. When Long Chen knelt, she hurriedly knelt as well, and called Long Qinglan daddy. Looking at the boy and girl, Long Qinglan's aged and weathered face couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. "Children, get up." His voice still couldn't hide the weakness in it. Long Chen stood up with Lingxi, and stood in front of him emotionally, his eyes red. Since he had appeared, was he still alive? Or did he still exist in this world in some other way? Even Long Chen didn't know. "Is this my daughter-in-law?" "Very beautiful, very obedient. Very good, very good." He looked up and down at Lingxi, his eyes filled with approval. He nodded repeatedly, and his undisguised love made Lingxi a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, Daddy. Good child." Long Qinglan was very satisfied, but Long Chen was even more excited. The person in front of him had a consciousness, and wasn't the Long Qinglan who had asked him to dig out the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen hadn't expected to meet him here. Then, the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was probably related to him, just like how the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was completely left to him by him. This second portion of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, which Long Chen had searched for so long, was actually still under the control of this person. Everything became clear in his mind. From the extreme cosmic finger, to the patterns on the city of the tragic deaths, and then to this place, it might all be related to this man. When Long Chen was 3 years old, he had gone to the 3 great imperial domains and asked Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to protect Long Chen. It could be said that he could predict the future. Make good use of the god's blood in your body. In the future, you can become a supreme god, Long Qinglan first said to Lingxi. God's blood. A look of realization appeared on Lingxi's face. Long Chen also knew about Lingxi's bloodline. It had only transformed in recent years. In other words, the Sword Soul Emperor must have found an especially precious blood when he was reincarnated. Then, the transformation happened in recent years, and the so-called god's blood appeared in Lingxi's body. As for the supreme god, this referred to the gods who had passed the 18 great tribulations. Long Chen was about to ask on behalf of Lingxi, but Long Qinglan closed his eyes and breathed with difficulty. I'm not in this world, and I can't hold on for much longer. You will understand her in the future. Let's talk about me. Child, sit beside me. Long Chen and Lingxi sat beside him. Back then, there had only been Long Chen, but now Lingxi had appeared. My home is in the eternal god domain. Long Qinglan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. Long Chen and Lingxi knew that he didn't have much time, and that they couldn't interrupt him. I was born in the Eternal Dragon City, one of the 5 great dragon cities of the Eternal God domain. It was where I was born and raised, and where I was entrusted with great responsibility. It took me tens of thousands of years to reach a level no one in Eternal Dragon City has ever seen. I am invincible, and I am the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I am worshipped by all, and I am without equal. The man looked up into the sky, tears welling up in his eyes as he recounted his past. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He knew that whatever he wanted to know would be answered. All he needed to do was listen. He felt that once he became strong enough, it would be time for his father to entrust him with great responsibility. This was a man who had given him everything. For him, Long Chen was willing to give up everything. Long Qinglan continued. I'm proud, I'm respected by the world, but I'm also lonely. My pursuit, my dream, isn't like that. I've had a grand ambition and a mission since I was young. This is the mission of every descendant of the mystical dragons. I've never forgotten my mission. I was born to pursue the primordial mystical dragons, to unravel the mystery of their extinction. I'm lonely because I can't pursue it. But that day, I still embarked on this terrifying path. Pursuing the traces of the divine dragons. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Long Qinglan actually treated this as his mission. From his words, Long Chen seemed to understand. He was originally the high and mighty Eternal Dragon Emperor, and his responsibility was to protect his people. But when he was lonely, he pursued the greatest mystery of the draconic sacrificial continent for his mission. Long Chen continued to remain silent, waiting for Long Qinglan to continue. I didn't succeed. I failed miserably. I was even framed, insulted, and stripped of everything I had. I was not understood by the world, betrayed by my family, deserted by everyone, and lost everything. I became the synonym of irresponsibility and laughable. But who knew that I wasn't wrong? I was only one step away from success, but I couldn't take that step. And it was this step that allowed me to see how terrifying this secret was. It didn't just concern me, it concerned the survival of the entire world. But they were still like animals, willing to be kept in captivity, and even ostracized a different species like me. Long Qinglan's face was covered in tears, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness. He shook his head in pain, causing Long Chen's body to tighten. While crying in pain, he said, "My life ended long ago. I was invincible. I was only one step away from becoming a god, and I even had the might of a god. I set an unprecedented record of passing 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively, but I died on the last step of pursuing this secret. I was killed, but I still don't know who killed me. Child, you don't have to hold on to hope. I'm already dead. Child, you don't have to have any hope. I'm already dead. What am I now? I don't know either. I'm not in this world, I'm from the past, but the me in Baiyang town was just a dead person. I don't exist at all. That me was just an illusion in your mind. I died long ago, and the only thing I left behind is you. Everything about the Yang family in Baiyang town has nothing to do with you. It's just an illusion. Everything is fake, including that woman. She gave birth to you, and everything else, it's all fake. I'm the one who deceived you. You're a life created by me." Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stared at Long Qinglan in a daze. He was a life that Long Qinglan had created. Everything in Baiyang town was fake. An illusion. Everything that the people of Baiyang town thought, Long Qinglan's peerless beauty when he arrived, his marriage with young Xueqi, and the birth of a child, as long as Long Qinglan existed, everything was fake. There was no such person. Because he had said that he had died a long time ago. Long Chen was a real person, and he didn't dare to believe that all of this was fake. Looking at the old man's tear-streaked face, he hadn't cried like this for a long time. He naturally couldn't accept all of this. Even his sibling relationship with young Lingqing wasn't real. Everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds couldn't escape Long Qinglan's divine might. Everything was under his control. All of this sounded so unimaginable, but it was true. Then what am I? Long Chen couldn't help but ask himself. That's right, what exactly am I? Was he a real person? Chapter 1442. I'm real. Long Chen's mind was a mess. At his peak, Long Qinglan had been a godlike existence. He had been the eternal dragon emperor, the most powerful person in the eternal god domain. Long Chen remembered every word he said, just like how he remembered his father telling him to become stronger and to fight for the dragon seal when they were in the same situation. Child. Tears streamed down Long Qinglan's face as he choked back sobs. My life is full of regrets. I've missed out on many things, and I've let many people down. If I could, I would like to make it up to them. I would like to wash away the crimes that didn't belong to me. I hope that people, especially my family, and the people of Eternal Dragon City, will treat me right. But I don't have a second chance. When you enter the Eternal God domain in the future, you will see all of this. But you have your own life, and I won't force you to do anything for me. But after seeing me today, I've changed my mind. I just want you to live a good life. Long Chen didn't think that way. He lived for his mission, and the man who had given him everything. Long Chen was willing to work hard for the things Long Chen was passionate about, the crimes he had committed, the unfair treatment he had received, and his glory. That was what Long Chen pursued. His pursuit of his father even surpassed his pursuit of Lingxi. This was the man who had given Long Chen everything. Long Chen didn't have any theories. He didn't fight for his glory, and he didn't want to fulfill his impossible dreams. Father, I wouldn't be alive without you, he said firmly. If I can go to the Eternal God domain, then everything about you will be my only mission. But right now, I don't understand anything you've said. Can you tell me what I need to do? Long Qinglan was incomparably gratified by this resolute youth. That was all he had ever wanted. Today, he had suddenly changed his mind. He no longer wanted to control Long Chen's life, but what moved him the most was that Long Chen didn't seem to care at all. My helplessness. Just wait until you get to the Eternal Life God domain, and you'll understand everything. Eternal Dragon City, and the people who support me, oppose me and slander me, are all very important to me. Once you get there, you'll understand everything, and you'll know exactly what you need to do. To Long Chen, this wasn't just a mission. It was a glory that belonged to his heart. He wanted to prove to his father that he could do it. Although he still didn't know what he needed to do, it didn't matter what it was. It couldn't shake his determination. If he had been fighting for Ling Xi's sake his entire life, then if he ascended to the Eternal God realm, then he would fight for his father's glory. He would fight to make up for all his regrets. The Eternal God domain was Long Chen's home. He had to go there at least once to prove himself and his father's worth. Long Qinglan lowered his head and said, I'm a genius and a great pioneer. I'm not a traitor or an incompetent ruler. You need to prove that to them. Pioneer. Long Chen already knew what to do. Some things were based on obsession and conviction. No matter what happened, Long Chen wouldn't regret it. That was just his personality. Let's not talk about that for now. I've come here today to give you the last of my 3 most precious items. Long Qinglan raised his head and looked at Long Chen seriously. As for Lingxi, she already knew everything about Long Chen, so she didn't need to hide anything. Long Qinglan had witnessed her growth. The third item. If Long Chen wasn't mistaken, the first and second items were the mysterious dragon jade and the primordial blood spirit dragon's legacy essence blood. Long Qinglan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. You must be wondering what the mysterious dragon jade is, right? It was the most mysterious item of all. Of course Long Chen wanted to know. But Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. But I don't know either. Long Chen stared at him blankly. Long Qinglan said, my achievements have a lot to do with the mysterious dragon jade. When you reach the Calamity Realm, you will slowly uncover its mysterious power. It can be said that without the dragon jade, there wouldn't be the Eternal Dragon Emperor's fame. He appeared in my life by chance, and from then on, my life advanced by leaps and bounds. He brought me glory and status, but he also brought me unease. It was under the guidance of the mysterious dragon jade that I embarked on the path of pursuing the secrets of the divine dragons. Under its guidance, I traversed many paths, and at the same time, obtained two supreme treasures that have never appeared in history. You can't imagine what the ancestral dragon's legacy essence blood is. It only existed in primordial times, and everyone in the eternal god realm would go crazy over it. No one would believe its existence. After all, no one knows where the billions of divine dragons have gone. The 10 ancestral dragons are the key to the secret. How could their legacy essence blood be left behind like that of ordinary divine dragons? No one would believe it, but I did it. Long Qinglan's face lit up with pride as he said this. No wonder he said that he was a pioneer. Under the guidance of this mysterious jade pendant, I found the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon in the ancestral zone of the Death Dragon City, one of the 5 great dragon cities. That's the drop you have. The ancestors of the Death Dragon City have guarded the ancestral zone for billions of years, but they never knew that there was the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon in there. But I found it. For that, I offended the people of the Death Dragon City. Of course, they didn't know that I had the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon. The 5 great dragon cities are very famous in the eternal god realm, Long Chen asked. Long Qinglan nodded. The 5 great dragon cities are the rulers of the eternal god realm. Of course, there are other races as well, but generally speaking, the 5 great dragon cities are the strongest together. We humans are the most orthodox descendants of the divine dragons, and the 5 great dragon cities are home to a large number of dragon warriors. They are also our burial grounds. Long Chen silently memorized these words. Then, I continued my pursuit of the divine dragon. I went to many mystical places, and even with my means, I almost died a few times. This path was too complicated and thrilling, with endless difficulties. Even the heavens were against me. I traveled unhindered across the dragon sacrificial continent, and even went to worlds outside of the dragon sacrificial continent. In another world, I almost solved the mystery of the divine dragon. On the way, I followed the guidance of the mysterious dragon jade and found the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. As expected, the third treasure was the time and eternal dragon's essence blood. Each of the 5 great dragon cities worships an ancestral dragon as their ancestor. The Death Dragon City worships the ancient blood spirit dragon, and the Eternal Dragon City worships the Void Dragon since ancient times. That's why I'm called the Eternal Dragon Emperor. 10 great ancestral dragons, 5 great dragon cities. In other words, there were 5 ancestral dragons that no dragon cities worshipped. Long Qinglan continued, but, starting from the Void Dragon, all the clues were cut off. I absorbed the Void Dragon's essence blood and became an ancestral dragon warrior. My talent was unparalleled, and my battle prowess was comparable to those ancient gods. But I still died on the way to that secret. There must be someone who doesn't want me to know about this secret. The Void Dragon's essence blood. In the Void Realm, Kitten hid in the shadows, licking his claws from time to time with his tender tongue. The Void Dragon's essence blood came from a place outside of the dragon sacrificial continent, and all of this was the guidance of the mysterious dragon jade that even Long Qinglan didn't know about. That was why Long Qinglan said, that dragon jade is the key to solving the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons in the dragon sacrificial continent. I spent my entire life, but I couldn't figure out what it is. I hope you can succeed. I will work hard. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot blood. This was his father's desire, his expectation of Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen would always be a child. He would prove to his father that Long Chen would help him fulfill the things he couldn't accomplish in the past. Long Chen would also work hard to correct the injustice he suffered. Long Qinglan nodded in satisfaction. He said, "It is because of me that I became the infant of the Void Dragon that I know about the past and the present, can see the future in the past and can travel through time and space. But all of this isn't stable. I'm just a beginner who just stepped onto the path of immortality, but died prematurely." You guessed correctly. I've seen your tracks for the past 9 years, a long time ago. I put down the extreme universal finger I comprehended in the full moon pavilion and told you to come to the 9-star Chaos City. I carved a map on a pillar in the City of Tragic Deaths. All of this was waiting for you to come and inherit the other most important thing of mine, and then tell you everything about me. Today, I've finally fulfilled my wish. He was very satisfied. No matter what happened to Long Chen in the end, he was already very satisfied to be able to reach this step. Now, I will hand over the Void Dragon's essence blood to you. This is my greatest attempt. Not only will I create an ancestral dragon warrior, but I will also fuse the essence blood of 2 ancestral dragons into one successor. And the key lies in the mysterious dragon Jade. Back then, I had already thoroughly researched this path, but unfortunately, it was too late. Because I had already died at that time, all my attempts can only be inherited by you, my child. Seeing the old man's eyes that had gone through the vicissitudes of time, Long Chen's blood boiled. He was very proud to have such a father. This was his pride. Chapter 1443. Long Chen had come to 9-star Chaos City for the Void Infinity Dragon's blood essence. He had not expected to experience so many things in 9-star Chaos City. At first, he had a conflict with the god-defying cult because of Li Xuanji, then he had entered the Eternal Hell, then the City of the Wronged, and finally, he had come out to face Wang Chen's challenge. This series of events had finally come to an end today. Long Qinglan extended his palm, which held a thumb-sized ball. Within the ball, a transparent drop of blood rolled up and down, vaguely taking on the shape of a mystical dragon. This mystical dragon was very small, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Moreover, it was transparent, as if it did not exist in this time and space. It swam along the river of time, and Long Chen could not fathom it. "This is my 3rd gift to you. Child, take it. As long as you don't die, no one in this world will be your match." Long Qinglan was full of pride as he handed the Void Infinity Dragon's blood essence to Long Chen. Even at this moment, Long Chen was still very excited. He felt as if he had found the most ambitious goal in his life. The moment he went to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace for Lingxi might not be the end, but the beginning of his campaign. Today, he would fight for his dignity and the glory of love. In the future, Long Chen would fight for his father and for his faith. Just as he was about to put away the thumb-sized ball, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the void realm and instantly enveloped the transparent ball. The terrifying power knocked Long Chen and the others to the ground. When Long Chen looked up in shock, a black cat corpse had been thrown at his feet. In front of him was the transparent shadow of a strange beast, which was in soul form, floating in front of him. This was a giant beast from the barren era, even from the same era as the mystical dragon. It looked like a cat, but it had absolutely nothing to do with a cat. Its power spread throughout the world, and there was an invisible vortex on its body that sucked time into its vortex. This was something that Long Chen had not expected. His void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood was now in Kitten's hands, and Kitten had become like this. What was he going to do? For a moment, Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at the illusory beast in the void before him. Sorry. In the sky, the strange beast's voice was choked and trembling. Its transparent eyes stared straight at Long Chen, and its gaze was also trembling. I am the reincarnation divine beast. Long Chen understood. This was what the reincarnation divine beast looked like. To be honest, Long Chen already had a premonition about what would happen today. However, he had been immersed in Long Qinglan's sorrow and helplessness, as well as the mission he had entrusted to him, and had forgotten about Kitten. Then, he had waited until the void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood appeared before he had suddenly attacked and snatched it away. From the moment he had thrown the dream demon's body down, Long Chen knew that he would never return. Long Chen stood up with difficulty. Facing the divine beast from the barren era, he asked with difficulty, Kitten, why? The reincarnation divine beast's voice was choked. He did not dare to approach Long Chen, so he gradually distanced himself from him. He stammered, This thing is too important to me. It is my only hope to live. Even with my dignity as a divine beast, I have lingered by your side for so long. I surrender. I have no dignity. I am doing this for it. His emotions were released, and he was a little hysterical. Long Chen's heart was filled with disbelief. He finally understood what was going on. Even if he did not believe it, the truth had suddenly appeared in front of him. The truth was that Kitten had betrayed him. Or rather, from the moment he had appeared, he had a purpose. He was not a simple and wretched kitten. He was a reincarnation divine beast with dignity and divine might. He had the most glorious past. However, all of this came in the same way as Long Qinglan's appearance. Long Chen could not imagine it. It could be said that compared to any failure, today was more painful for him. This was because the brother he had trusted so much had betrayed him. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. He said coldly, "You don't have to do this. We've been together for so long. Don't you trust me? If you really need it, I'll give it to you. But don't tell me that you've been by my side all along for this thing." Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. He said coldly, "You don't have to do this. You are right. I did it for it." The reincarnation divine beast gritted his teeth and said, "I am in charge of reincarnation. I can also see the past and the future. I know that this fellow has set up a trap and is waiting for you to approach. I know that the void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood is in his hands. Therefore, I followed you to roam the world and became the kitten that you trusted. However, all of this is fake. I only survived because of it." As expected, it was actually like this. "Kitten, how can you be so excessive?" Lingxi's face was also filled with anger. She followed beside Long Chen and looked at the reincarnation divine beast in the sky. "Am I excessive? Who is the excessive one? Let me ask you, when I stayed by your side, did I ever receive equal treatment? Long Chen, you only treated Mo Xiaolang as your brother. Did you treat me as your brother?" He trembled as he asked this question. Long Chen knew that since he was trembling and had asked this question, he was definitely still hesitating. Perhaps the reason why he had followed him from the beginning was for this day. However, after spending so much time together, perhaps today was different. Long Chen shook his head and said, "You might have thought wrongly. If you were in trouble, I would also disregard my own safety to save you. If you have the conditions, I can also fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The time we have spent together is even longer than Xiaolang and I. You know all of my secrets. Why do you say that I don't treat you as my brother?" This was a blow to him. Perhaps he really didn't care about Kitten's feelings in the past, but that was because of his personality. Long Chen mostly joked with him. If it was Xiaolang's quiet personality, he wouldn't have joked so much. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If you really treat me as your brother, then give this thing to me. You already have the ancient blood spirit dragon's legacy essence blood, and that is very important to me. It is my hope of resurrection." Kitten roared hysterically. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He was really angry. He asked himself, and he had a clear conscience. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a heart of leniency. What had happened today had made him most helpless, and made it the most difficult for him to make a decision. He could only say this. "I understand that this is your goal, but we have fought shoulder to shoulder for such a long time. Didn't that change your mind a little? Our brotherhood can't compare to the ancient void dragon's legacy essence blood?" "It can't," Kitten said somewhat crazily. However, under his righteousness, he couldn't hide the struggle in his heart. He kept trembling, and it was this trembling that told Long Chen that in fact, his heart still approved of him. However, at this point, under this huge temptation, he couldn't help it anymore. Long Chen's heart was very painful. He was completely disheartened. This kind of experience reminded him of Bai Yong Town, and the expression of the Yong family's old ancestor when the Bai family poisoned the Yong family. He told Long Chen that he had to see whether his brother was hiding warm blood or poison. Although Kitten's heart wasn't poison, it had hurt Long Chen deeply enough. For Long Chen, even the ancient void dragon's legacy essence blood was not as important as this friendship. After all, he had spent the longest time with Kitten. Betrayal, this word, sounds so harsh. In particular, this betrayal had come so suddenly that Long Chen couldn't guard against it at all. He waved his hand and said, "Go." Long Chen actually let him go. Kitten was puzzled. Was he really willing to take away such a precious thing? He couldn't help but ask, "Are you really willing to let me take away such a precious thing?" Scram. Long Chen roared, his face ferocious. He was no longer the person who was easily angered, but what happened today still made his veins bulge. Kitten was frightened and took a few steps back. He couldn't face Long Chen's bloodshot eyes. After some hesitation, he could only lower his voice and say, "I'm sorry. When I resurrect and have real power, I will return to your side and do anything for you. This is my promise." "I don't need it. You'd better not come back." Long Chen roared hysterically. He pointed at Kitten and said, "Remember, don't let me see you again." Scram. The dignified reincarnated divine beast shut his mouth. His eyes trembled as he stared at Long Chen. However, his bloodthirsty gaze terrified him. His heart was in a mess. After saying goodbye, he actually disappeared from this space and left this world. As expected, he wasn't that simple. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to lose all his strength. He turned back. He had thought that his father would be very disappointed in him. The friendship between friends was like this, but he didn't expect Long Qinglan to look at him with a smile. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be like this." Long Chen's heart was in a mess. He couldn't even react from start to finish. He said apologetically. Lingxi hugged his arm and looked at him with heartache. She didn't know what to say. At that moment, Long Qinglan chuckled and said, "Child, since I already knew of his existence, do you think I would let him take away the inheritance blood of the Void Universe Dragon just like that?" Long Chen was taken aback. After a while, he finally understood what Long Qinglan meant. No wonder he hadn't made a move earlier. It turned out that the essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon hadn't been taken away. To be honest, if Long Qinglan hadn't valued it so much, Long Chen wouldn't have cared so much about the inheritance blood. He had even prepared to give it to Lingxi at the beginning. At that time, he hadn't thought of Kitten. He hadn't thought that he would be able to use it, so he didn't ask much. However, he hadn't expected this to happen. Kitten had already chosen to break up with him. Long Chen couldn't resist. This chapter was returned. There were only 3 left. Chapter 1444. In the end, Long Qinglan said that Kitten didn't take the true essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon. This made Long Chen extremely depressed, and he didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, child. I already knew that he was hiding by your side. How could I not know that he would come out to fight for it? However, I know that you value your relationship. I think what you took should be enough for him to recover, just that he won't be able to display his might as a divine beast again," Long Qinglan said. Long Chen knelt down in front of the old man after hearing this. Long Qinglan had considered everything for him. He couldn't imagine that a person could consider everything for himself to this extent. "It's a pity that because of what happened today, your relationship with the reincarnation divine beast has been destroyed. In the future, he will regret it and want to come back to you. You might not give him the chance." Long Chen's heart was in a mess regarding the matter with Kitten. He couldn't think about it at all. He hadn't been so emotional in many years. If he could come back in the future, and if he was willing to apologize for what happened today, Long Chen was willing to forgive him. After all, he could see that Kitten already had a brotherly bond in his heart because of the time they spent together. Otherwise, he would have just snatched him away and not talked so much nonsense with Long Chen. Long Chen silently put away the dream demon's body. It was as if he had returned to the Void Realm, the place where Kitten often brought him. Long Qinglan and Lingxi silently watched him do all this. Lingxi's heart ached for him, and she quickly comforted him. "There's no need to comfort me. There's nothing in my heart that I can't get over. In that case, if he is willing to come back in the future, I won't reject him. I hope he can think it through," Long Chen said decisively. But no matter what, Kitten had suddenly left, and Lingxi had to return to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something very important. "There's not much time left." Long Qinglan raised his head. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and he could no longer see anything in the distance. Long Chen woke up with a start. He knew that Long Qinglan was about to disappear. Just like before, he would suddenly disappear in the middle of a conversation, leaving Long Chen no time to prepare. "There are 2 small things I need to do for you. He allowed Long Chen to get close to him. His head was right in front of Long Chen's eyes. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed into Long Chen's head. In just an instant, the true martial emperor palace in Long Chen's heart was crushed and reassembled, forming a clean, pure white crystal soul. There are traces of someone else in here. He wanted to use this to control you. I've helped you remove them. In the future, your true martial emperor soul will be of great help to you when you form your first Tao seal. Take out the god-slaying sword. Long Chen quickly took out the god-slaying sword and placed it in Long Qinglan's hand. Long Qinglan brushed his hand over the god-slaying sword, and the bloody sword let out a shrill whistle. Finally, Long Qinglan grabbed a gray aura from the blade. This is the trace left behind by that junior. The god-slaying sword is truly yours now. This is a very famous and peerless sword in the eternal god domain. It's said that in ancient times, it once slew a dark god. If you can truly gain its recognition, you'll naturally be able to unleash boundless battle power. Use it well, and don't lose yourself. As for the Lingxi sword, at this point, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. This is the symbol of your love, and also an unfathomable and mysterious object. The only thing I know is that it can't not belong to the dragon sacrificial continent. You must also take good care of it. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the Lingxi sword to be even more mysterious than the god-slaying sword. The power that could directly hit the god-martial soul was mysterious and tyrannical. At this point, Long Qinglan had finally finished what he wanted to say. Who exactly is the city lord of the wronged? Long Chen asked the question in his heart. He's just a prisoner thrown down by someone from the god domain. But to the current you, he might be a calamity. From today onwards, I can no longer see the future clearly. Back then, I could only see today, Long Qinglan said helplessly. This was the man that Long Chen respected the most in his life. He just looked at him calmly. But even so, Long Chen's heart was still filled with hot blood. The mission on his shoulders gave Long Chen a direction in life. Other than marrying Lingxi openly, he still had one more important thing to do, and that was to complete his father's mission. Perhaps he would exhaust his entire life, but the word give up didn't exist in Long Chen's dictionary. Child, look at me. At the end of his sentence, he actually revealed a relaxed smile. Father. Long Chen bit his lip. His heart filled with reluctance. Don't be sad. Maybe I already didn't exist before you were born. Because of the uniqueness of the void cosmic dragon, even if I die, I will wander in the river of time. I'm almost a god, so I'm immortal. It's just that I'm living in a different world. You don't have to be sad. I can't resist handing over my mission and glory to you because I'm unwilling. I'm also an ordinary person, but I hope that you can live on. Only by living on can you prove everything and achieve everything. I understand. Long Chen knew what he meant. He paused, then said, Anyway, no matter what, you will always look at me, just like you did for the past 9 years, right? Long Qinglan was very pleased. He said, You're right. That was enough. I'm really sorry that I didn't say goodbye to you last time. Now, I am the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. He suddenly uttered these baffling words. Before Long Chen could react, his body suddenly transformed and shrank into a transparent drop of liquid. Then, he abruptly smashed into Long Chen's head. In the next moment, he appeared in Long Chen's sea of knowledge. At that moment, an earth-shattering change happened in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. Originally, there was only 30% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood essence left, but now it seemed like it had gone crazy because it had encountered a transparent drop of blood that was even larger than it was. Just as the entire sea of consciousness was about to explode, the mysterious dragon jade emitted a gentle black light and actually suppressed the 2 drops of inherited blood essence. The 2 drops of inherited blood essence from the ancestral dragon stayed obediently and harmoniously. As expected, the mysterious dragon jade was still the most terrifying thing. After so many twists and turns, he hadn't expected to finally obtain the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. Long Chen didn't feel sad or hopeless because of his father's departure. Instead, he felt very excited because the drop of inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was in his sea of consciousness. It was like his father had always been with him. Standing up, Long Chen looked around at the world around him. This illusory world was collapsing, and everything in Poplar Town was disappearing. Long Chen held Lingxi's hands tightly. The warmth and gentleness in her hands made his heart feel very peaceful. He held the woman in his arms and protected her. Chin, I suddenly feel really happy today. Daddy recognizes me and likes me. You also treat me as your wife. It feels really good. The only thing that hurts is that bad guy, Kitten. Lingxi pouted at the thought of Kitten. Everyone has their own ambitions. Perhaps separation can make him face his heart. This is a good thing. Long Chen was already open-minded. His biggest gain today wasn't the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon, but the firm strength in his heart and his future goals. As the world collapsed, Long Chen and Long Chen also gradually left this place. They returned to the original time tunnel, but this time, they were ascending, heading towards the sky. Long Xing had been waiting for a long time. Long Xing and Kitten. At first, Long Chen thought that the trouble would come from Long Xing. He didn't expect Long Xing to be so open-minded. He disobeyed the orders of the Demon Dragon Palace Master for his own convenience, and Kitten came out to snatch his things. Sometimes, fate is just so strange. After spending a long time in this time tunnel, Long Chen tightly hugged the woman in his arms. After Kitten left, he became even more lonely. Fortunately, Lingxi was here. No matter what, this woman could make him feel warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, those people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were probably already waiting in the Demon Dragon Palace. When Long Chen appeared, they would take Lingxi away. They might even want to kill Long Chen completely to prevent future troubles. Lingxi suddenly cried. Chen, I want to be with you, I don't want to go back, not at all. She hugged Long Chen's waist with both hands, her beautiful face buried in Long Chen's chest. Why don't we stay in this chaotic divine kingdom forever? Although there are natural disasters here, as long as we avoid them carefully, there won't be a problem. Moreover, the environment here is so beautiful. Long Chen shook his head and rejected. After seeing Long Qinglan, his heart couldn't be defeated anymore. He whispered in Lingxi's ear, Darling, I was such a weak existence back then, but I had the guts to let you use the 9 heavens immortal fruit to recover your body. Let alone today, I want to give you an open and above-board relationship, not to let you be with me. Maybe you don't think it matters, but as a man, I insist that I won't let you suffer with me. I want everyone to understand that Lingxi is Long Chen's wife. I want to take you away in front of everyone. Even your father, the sword master, will be speechless. I don't want you to stay in this place forever. But I really don't want to leave you, not even for a minute. Deep in love, her tears fell like rain. Chapter 1445. It was a peaceful time traveling through the time tunnel, but the storm was still brewing ahead. Long Chen couldn't relax. Leaving this place meant that the world below no longer existed, and Long Qinglan no longer existed. However, every time he felt the blood essence of the void dragon suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade, Long Chen felt a sense of peace and glory. It was as if his father was always by his side. He was an ancestral dragon warrior who had absorbed the blood essence of the void dragon. Just like Long Chen, he was even more monstrous than Long Chen. He was the supreme eternal dragon emperor. However, he still died. After his death, the blood essence of the void dragon would be left behind. Therefore, Long Chen understood that he would also die. And if he died, someone else would obtain his blood essence and replace him. Chen, are we really going out? Lingxi was still hesitant. To her, the time back at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would be especially tough. Moreover, she didn't want Long Chen to take too many risks. Yes. Long Chen nodded softly. His voice was filled with determination and unwavering strength. Let's go up. Long Chen lifted his head and saw the light at the top of the tunnel. The distance between him and the light was getting shorter and shorter. Long Chen hugged the woman in his arms tightly, as if he was protecting his life. After that, he rushed out. After coming out, Long Chen's expression changed. Long Xing, he truly didn't expect that something would happen to Long Xing in the kingdom of primal chaos. At this moment, a purple-colored divine dragon was coiled up on the island. Many parts of his body were covered by gray energy. Those gray energy were like maggots, devouring his flesh and blood, emitting sizzling sounds. Many parts of Long Xing's flesh and blood were being devoured by the gray energy. There were even some places where his bones were exposed. Long Xing squinted his eyes. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Hearing Long Chen's cry, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, cut off the parts of the gray aura. If he did not cut it off, the gray gas would continue to spread and eventually corrode Long Xing completely. Long Chen no longer had the time to ask what had happened. He had already guessed it. Previously, he had killed Wang Chao here, and this gray gas was clearly the power of the 10 great ghost kings. After Long Chen went down, the 10 great ghost kings must have come and heavily injured Long Xing. Fortunately, he returned in time. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the scarlet blood sky desolation and rushed towards Dragon Star. Endure the pain. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he roared. I'm fine. Long Xing gritted his teeth as he replied. With so much gray energy corroding his body at the same time, he didn't have the strength to deal with it. Long Chen endured the anger in his heart as he chopped off the pieces of flesh that were tainted by the gray gas, allowing those things to leave Long Xing. At this moment, Long Xing was extremely weak. Without saying a word, Long Chen directly went to the Great Void Realm and found a few immortal essences that were specialized in healing and regenerating flesh and bones for Long Xing to refine. At this moment, Long Xing had also transformed into his human form. Previously, he didn't dare to transform into his human form because there was too much gray gas. If he transformed into his human form, he would most likely be engulfed by it. Therefore, he endured until Long Chen returned. After receiving the immortal essences from Long Chen, Long Xing immediately began to recuperate. At this moment, Lingxi walked over and said, I know of some acupoint techniques that can help him refine faster and recover his body's energy. After speaking, she stretched out her small hands and poked Long Xing's body a few times. In an instant, a white light enveloped Long Xing as the immortal essences within his body began to be refined. The medicinal energy was released and began to speed up the recovery of Long Xing's body. Long Xing now had the body of a divine dragon and was different from ordinary people. For ordinary people, as long as they had the supreme golden body, their broken body could be healed at any time. However, the body of a divine dragon was very troublesome. The higher the physique, the more effective the supreme golden body's recovery. After Long Xing's situation stabilized, Long Chen finally started to observe his surroundings. The human head sculpture is gone. It should have been taken away. Long Chen frowned. As expected, the goal of the 10 great ghost kings, or rather the city lord of the wronged city, was that human head sculpture. What exactly was that human head sculpture that the 10 great ghost kings would come here to fight over? In Long Qinglan's words, the city lord of the wronged city was just a junior who had been exiled from the eternal celestial realm. However, in Long Chen's eyes, he was still a mysterious giant. If not for Long Qinglan's help in erasing the mark left by the city lord of the wronged city on the true martial emperor soul and the god-slaying sword, Long Chen would probably have been controlled by the city lord of the wronged city. Just the true martial emperor soul alone would have been enough to make Long Chen obey his orders. If not for Long Qinglan, it would have been extremely thrilling. After half a day of discussion with Ling Shi, Long Xing finally regained consciousness. His injuries had been temporarily suppressed, but he would need at least a month to recover his combat strength. Long Xing's injuries this time could be considered very serious. If Long Xing hadn't appeared, and he was left to fend for himself, it was very likely that he would have died here. What happened? Asked Long Chen hurriedly as he helped him up. Long Xing smiled bitterly. Among the 10 great ghost kings, King Yama and King Qingguang appeared at the same time. One defeated me, and the other took away the human head sculpture. What is that human head sculpture? I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. We can only go back and ask the old man, said Long Xing helplessly. Long Xing said helplessly. He had to go back, so he asked Long Chen. What about you? Have you settled your matters? What do you plan to do next? Do you want to stay in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, or do you want to go back? If you want to stay in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, I know a few safe places where natural disasters rarely happen. It's enough for you to cultivate until you're strong enough to win over a beauty. Really? Lingxi was very excited. This was what she hoped for the most. To be honest, Long Chen did hesitate, but he gritted his teeth and said, No, I have to go out. Why? Long Xing was puzzled. He continued to ask, It's rare for that old man to be willing to protect you. If you go out and the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace come, your little life will be in danger. Long Chen shook his head and said, It's not a matter of my little life. I don't want to be a coward. He looked at Ling Shi with some heartache and said, Little Shi, you also don't want me to become a useless man. There are some things that I have to face, and I can't run away with you. I've said it before, what I want to give you is not to sneak around, but to do it openly. I want to take you away in front of millions and millions of people. Even though I'm still very weak right now, even though I seem to be overestimating myself, I've already endured for 9 years, I won't give up. Lingxi's eyes were already wet with tears. She hugged Long Chen and didn't say anything. Instead, she was sobbing. Long Chen laughed heartily and said, "Don't cry. Let's go. Wait for me." After saying that, he exchanged glances with Long Xing. "Brother, you're awesome. You're a real man. I admire you." Long Xing also laughed heartily. The two of them followed the original route and began to head back. On the way back, because they didn't need to study the map, it was much faster than when they came. After a period of time, they finally returned to the entrance. At this time, Long Xing's injuries had mostly recovered. After resting at the entrance for a while, the three of them decided to head back. From the sky, they could return to the forest outside the chaotic Star City. On the way back, Long Chen looked at the chaotic divine kingdom from the sky. He couldn't see the end of it. Just how vast was this chaotic divine kingdom? If he had time, he could come back and adventure. That would be great. But Long Chen knew that such a leisurely life wasn't suitable for him. Besides giving Lingxi an explanation, he had a more important mission waiting for him. That was the Eternal Dragon City in the Eternal Divine Domain. That was his true hometown. It was also a place where he needed to correct many things. The most important of which was the misunderstanding of Long Chen. That was the heaviest pain in his heart. Closing his eyes, he moved forward courageously. Finally, they returned to the towering forest. As soon as they came out, a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert hurried over to report. "What's the matter?" Long Xing had a bad premonition. That martial artist said, replying to young leader, "The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 sword sovereigns have arrived at the chaotic Star City and started fighting. In the end, the leader took action and suppressed them. Perhaps they have reached some kind of agreement. The 4 sword sovereigns are staying in the chaotic Star City and haven't left. The leader secretly told me to let the 2 of you stay in the city and leave after a year or 2. But if you appear before the 4 sword sovereigns, then there's nothing I can do." Long Xing could only let Long Chen decide this himself. Long Chen had already decided. This was about the same as he had estimated. Feeling the girl next to him grab his arm nervously, Long Chen patted her hand and smiled. "What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just meeting the parents? Let's go, I can't wait to meet the old man. After all, little she is destined to be my woman, isn't it? What's there to be nervous about meeting the father-in-law?" His casual words made Lingxi giggle. "Let's go." Long Chen's eyes were calm. He held Lingxi's hand and walked towards the chaotic Star City. He thought that he didn't need to prove anything. It didn't matter if Lingxi was the Sword Spirit Emperor or just an ordinary person. Identity was never the most important thing. Stopping them wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was love. Chapter 1446. The largest plaza in the chaotic Star City was located at the top of the meteorite. It was a flat surface carved out by a divine weapon. It had a radius of more than 50 miles and one couldn't see the end of it. Normally, only when the Demon Dragon Palace had something important to announce would they gather all the Demon Dragon Palace's experts here. At this moment, many of the Demonic Dragon Palace's upper echelons were sitting in the highest seats. The Demonic Dragon Palace's palace master, who was dressed in simple clothes, was sitting there, his eyes shining with a divine light. He was looking down at the people below. The Demon Dragon Palace had more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts and above. Currently, there were more than 20 of them gathered here. It could be said that all the Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts in the chaotic Star City had gathered here. The reason why they had such a grand formation was because there were 5 people standing on this pitch-black plaza that was sparkling with starlight. One of them was handsome, outstanding, and radiant. This man was Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes were filled with hatred as he sized up the people from the Demonic Dragon Palace. He had always been a shrewd person, but no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Next to him were 4 experts of different ages. 2 of them were old men with white hair and beards, and one was an attractive adult. However, her face was as cold as an iceberg, making it hard for people to approach her. The one standing closest to Wang Chen was a martial artist who looked a little older than Wang Chen. These were the 4 great sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Every one of them was a terrifying character and had been famous for over 10,000 years. Their fame was undeniable, and they were even more astonishing than the Demon Dragon Palace Master. After all, the Demon Dragon Palace Master was a mysterious existence to the world, but they were the current rulers of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The man standing closest to Wang Chen was Lingxi's father, the Lingwu Sword Master. The appearance of the Lingwu Sword Master was also a first-class handsome man, almost the same as that of Wang Chen. He was wearing a golden robe with rolling dragons, with 2 crossed swords embroidered on his back. His eyes were pure white, almost without pupils, and no expression could be seen. The only thing that flashed in his eyes was the sword intent. In addition, 2 small sword-shaped pendants could be seen hanging on his ears. One was blue and the other was red, like crystals, which was quite enchanting. It also made the appearance of the Lingwu Sword Master somewhat enchanting. This was an expert who had hidden in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for 10,000 years. He almost never showed himself and rarely came to a place like the 9-star Chaos City. This time, for the Sword Spirit Emperor and Lingxi, they came here. Originally, they had decided to barge into the chaotic Divine Kingdom, but the Demon Dragon Palace Master stopped them. Now, they had to consider the current situation. Master, it's already been 20 days. We still have to stay here and confront this old man. What if Xueqi and the others don't come out forever? Is this Demon Dragon Palace Lord really that strong? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a neither hurried nor slow manner. But in his heart, he was still very anxious. The longer Lingxi stayed with Wang Chen, the more uneasy he felt. Lingxi's father, the very young Lingwu Sword Master, remained silent. His pair of pure white, flawless eyes stared in the direction of the demonic Dragon Palace Master. I promised him that he would leave Xueqi alone once she came out. But who knows if that coward Wang Chen will stay in there for the rest of his life. If he stays there for the rest of his life, won't we have to wait here for the rest of our lives as well? Wang Chen couldn't help asking. The other 3 sword masters didn't say anything. The Lingwu Sword Master's pure white eyes didn't seem to have any expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang Chen thought about it and decided to keep his mouth shut. He knew that his master and the other 3 sword masters should be more anxious than him. Wang Chen had just found out that Lingxi was the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. This scared him to death, but it also strengthened his resolve to not let Lingxi leave with Wang Chen. What kind of joke was this? The Sword Spirit Emperor of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was abducted by a disciple of the Martial Emperor Palace? So no matter what the reason was, Wang Chen was most proud of the fact that his master would definitely stand by his side. As time passed, the Demon Dragon Palace's people didn't say anything. They just stopped the 4 sword masters from advancing. Lingwu, I think that brat Wang Chen won't dare to make a move for a few years. Let's go all out. Don't let the other party look down on us. The enchanting yet cold sword master said softly. Lingxi's father was the youngest among the 4 sword masters, but he was also the most talented one. Among the 4 sword masters, he was publicly recognized as the strongest in terms of combat strength. He also had the majority of the decision-making power of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He was the most dazzling genius among the previous generations of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. When he was young, his status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was already comparable to Wang Chen. When the Lingwu Sword Master was still a new generation cultivator, the other 3 sword masters were already in the position of sword masters. This matter was of great importance and couldn't be taken lightly. Therefore, the 4 sword masters had to take action together. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to win against the Demon Dragon Palace Master. If the other party counterattacks, he might kill 1 or 2 of us. The gains don't make up for the losses. Let's wait. A golden-eyed elder stroked his beard and said hesitantly. What he said made sense. Wang Chen was clear that in front of these higher-ups, he was only a junior and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, this matter concerned his future and fate. He pondered for a while and said, Xueqi seems to have been deeply bewitched by that youth. She has already forgotten herself, forgotten about the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and doesn't care about Master's kindness in raising her. She's still young and easily deceived. If this continues, it won't be good. Yes, they had reached a stage where they had no choice but to fight. Lingxi had been raised by the Lingwu Sword Master since she was young, so the decision was in his hands. At this moment, everyone looked at the Lingwu Sword Master. The white-eyed Lingwu Sword Master lowered his head and said, "I'll fight you alone, the Demon Dragon Palace Master." If it was just the Lingwu Sword Master alone, it could only be regarded as a spar. The other three felt that it was feasible, so they nodded. Just like that, the Lingwu Sword Master, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, had long black hair, white eyes and earrings, continued to rise into the air. He faced the Demon Dragon Palace Master, who was sitting at the highest position. He raised his arm and said in a clear voice, "Demon Dragon Palace Master, please enlighten me." Such boldness was rumored to be the Lingwu Sword Master's character. The Lingwu Sword Master was extremely popular in the Sword Soul Imperial region. Even Wang Chen couldn't compare to him. He was the greatest legendary figure in the Sword Soul Imperial region. The Demon Dragon Palace Master laughed heartily as if he had expected this. He said, "How can this old man be a match for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's genius Sword Master? I hope that the Sword Master can wait for a while. Who knows, the two of them might arrive soon." The Lingwu Sword Master's expression didn't change. The blue and red crystal swords on his ears grew bigger, becoming a pair of long swords in his hands. These two swords were the super divine weapons that made the Lingwu Sword Master famous. Although they were two swords, they could be considered as one when combined. They were one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 peerless divine swords. They were famous in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and also one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's treasures. The blue and red crystal swords each had 8 Dao patterns, close to a perfect 9 Dao patterns. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these two swords were peerless divine swords. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's history, they had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. They were divine swords refined by successive sword masters. Every generation of sword masters used the might of these peerless divine swords to sweep across the world. The Lingwu Sword Master wielded the two swords. The entire sky on the left was burning with flames, while the sky on the right was frozen. The Lingwu Sword Master stood in the middle as if he wanted to cut the sky and earth in half. Looking at the Lingwu Sword Master like this, the old man's expression didn't change. He stretched out an arm, and that arm suddenly expanded like an explosion, turning into a 1,000-meter-long dragon claw. It was covered in purple dragon scales, and the grand mist purple chi revolved around it. This 1,000-meter-long dragon claw contained boundless might. The Demon Dragon Palace Master continued to sit on his throne and smiled. "Since Lingwu Sword Master wants to fight with me, I shall accept it. If you can make me leave this throne, it will be Sword Master's victory. How about it?" The Lingwu Sword Master didn't mind being looked down upon like this. He asked, "If I win, can I enter Chaotic Star City and take my daughter away?" "No." The Demon Dragon Palace Master said something that made everyone want to vomit blood. "How?" The Lingwu Sword Master snorted coldly. "The Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom is a treasury that my ancestors occupied. The ancestors of the Demon Dragon Palace strictly forbade any experts above the Nirvana Tribulation Realm from other forces to enter. All of you are the leaders of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If I allow you to enter, I will have no choice but to apologize with my life. Therefore, if you want to enter the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, you can kill me." The Lingwu Sword Master's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, let me experience Senior's move." Chapter 1447. Long Chen and Lingxi finally returned. Their return shocked many people, including Wang Chen. He had underestimated Long Chen's guts. Originally, he thought that Long Chen would stay in there for at least 10 to 5 years, and he would try his best to drag the time until the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people couldn't help but break through the Devil Dragon Hall. But who would have thought that Qin Wentian would actually come back, and he would even bring Ling Xi along with him. He came back in such a daring and carefree manner. With a single glance, he saw the man who was holding hands with Ling Xi in the horizon. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. They were both nervous, and there was unease in their eyes. But so what? Wang Chen suddenly felt envious of Long Chen. Now, he had a huge advantage, not only in terms of strength, but also the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Most importantly, he had the support of the Lingwu Sword Master. But he still felt that he couldn't compare to Long Chen, because he didn't have the most important thing, love. Just a little bit more and he would be perfect. He didn't expect that during the period when Lingxi went missing for the first time, someone like Long Chen appeared. Seeing them coming together, Wang Chen, who was always known for his calmness, felt a pain in his heart. And it was this pain that made his eyes gradually turn crazy. Long Chen. He still came back. He was as proud and bold as ever. What Wang Chen admired the most was his pride. There was nothing that could scare him. From afar, Long Chen saw the Lingwu Sword Master in the sky, who was facing the Demon Dragon Palace Master. Before coming, Lingxi told Long Chen about the Lingwu Sword Master's situation, so that Long Chen could get to know his father, who was known as the Genius Sword Master. It was only recently that Lingxi found out that he wasn't her biological father. However, after so many years of affection, but in Lingxi's eyes, the Lingwu Sword Master was still her father. This couldn't be changed. But she was more loyal to her love. She respected this man with pure white eyes, but this couldn't stop her from loving Long Chen. Feeling the sweaty palms of the girl next to him, Long Chen was a little distressed. To be honest, although he was prepared, the cold eyes of the man in the sky still scared Long Chen. The Lingwu Sword Master was the most indifferent person he had ever seen. It was as if everything in his eyes was indifference, as if life didn't exist. Come here. Long Xing was alarmed. He immediately brought Long Chen to land not far from the Demonic Dragon Palace Master. With the Demonic Dragon Palace Master's protection, it was safer here. Long Chen and Lingxi stood there obediently, facing the cold gaze of the Lingwu Sword Master. This caused Long Chen to feel a little uneasy, and Lingxi was so nervous that she was sweating profusely, her face a little red. The scene suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord laughed out loud and said, "This pair of children is really a good match. I have lived for so many years, but I have never heard of such a moving story. Some elders who want to break up a pair of lovebirds will suffer the wrath of the heavens. In my opinion, when the next Nirvana doom descends, it would be best to directly strike some people to death." His words were clearly cursing Lingwu and the rest. Wang Chen saw the silence and quickly said, Stop fooling around. The 4 sword masters are here. Hurry up and follow us back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Don't make your father angry. You know how terrifying Master's anger is. Hurry up. Let's go." Although Lingxi knew that they had to go back this time, she was still reluctant in her heart. She held Long Chen's hand tightly, her nails almost pierced into Long Chen's flesh. But Long Chen didn't respond at all. He knew that it was time for him to speak. He didn't expect that Lingxi would take a step forward at this time and lightly kneel in front of the Lingwu Sword Master. Her eyes were misty as she kowtowed to him. Then she knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, "Father, little she is not obedient and made you angry." She kowtowed again. Long Chen couldn't stop her. At this time, he didn't have the qualifications to stop Lingxi. He could only accompany Lingxi and listen to what she had to say. At this moment she said, I didn't know my identity would have so many troubles and entanglements, and I really don't want to carry these things. I just want to be an ordinary woman, and then be with a man who loves me and is willing to protect me, and I am willing to give up everything for him. I only have this small wish in my life. I hope that Father can fulfill it for me." The Lingwu Sword Master's eyes were cold. His pure white eyes were incomparably cold and emotionless. Lingxi knew that she didn't say enough. She kowtowed again and said, "She has been very obedient since young and has never disobeyed Father. But you know that my personality isn't what you expect. I can't fight to strengthen the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and protect this place. I'm playful, I'm immature, I can't work hard like Brother Wang Chen to please you. But I know that Father loves me from the bottom of your heart. I really don't have the heart to bear everything that you've given me. Maybe fate is playing a joke on you. I'm not suitable for this identity. I like the person beside me. I spent a lot of time with him when I was in trouble last time. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. It can be said that apart from Father, he is another part of my life. I can't bear to part with him. I hope Father can fulfill our relationship." After she finished speaking, she kept kowtowing. However, the Lingwu Sword Master didn't move at all. Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. No matter who it was, even if he raised Lingxi, so what? Long Chen couldn't bear to see Lingxi torturing herself like this. He quickly helped Lingxi up, but he didn't expect this to anger the Lingwu Sword Master. "Let her go." The Lingwu Sword Master's expression turned sinister. His voice was like a sharp sword stabbing into Long Chen's ears. Instantly, Long Chen's ears were ringing. His body trembled and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Just his voice alone was able to injure Long Chen to this extent. This Lingwu swordmaster was really terrifying. However, Long Chen's eyes were cold. He didn't let go of his hand at all. Instead, he endured the pain and continued to help Lingxi up until she stood firm. I said let her go. The Lingwu sword master snorted coldly, which injured Long Chen again. Lingxi panicked and quickly broke away from Long Chen's hand. She looked at Long Chen with great heartache and then said to the Lingwu sword master with tears in her eyes, "Father, don't be like this. He didn't touch me." Long Chen suddenly understood why the Lingwu sword master was so angry. He must have seen that Lingxi was no longer a virgin. About this, he had nothing to say. Today, it seemed that the Lingwu swordmaster, his father-in-law, was even more difficult to deal with than Wang Chen. If Long Chen wanted to take Lingxi away, the most important step was not to defeat Wang Chen, a talented young man of the same generation, but to make his father-in-law yield. After all, in Lingxi's heart, her father would always be supreme. Even though Long Chen had taken Lingxi, he never regretted it. He knew clearly that the Lingwu swordmaster cultivated Lingxi as the sword soul emperor. Long Chen didn't know whether the Lingwu swordmaster had real feelings for Lingxi or not. So why should he be polite to this man? He was not Lingxi's real father. What happened today was irreversible. Long Chen was no longer naive. He stopped looking at the Lingwu swordmaster's face and said to Lingxi, who looked miserable, "Lingxi, you don't have to beg him. It's impossible. Go back with them. With your identity, they can't do anything to you." He clenched Lingxi's tender hand tightly in his own as he looked at his woman with a resolute gaze. He forced himself not to let his tears fall as he gritted his teeth and said, "We promised that we would be together forever and ever. Wait for me." Lingxi's tears fell like rain. Her heart was filled with endless reluctance. She thought that perhaps the Lingwu swordmaster would give her a little bit of hope and give her freedom, but she was overthinking it. Long Chen could see very clearly that it was simply impossible. If Lingxi pleaded again, it would only cause the Lingwu swordmaster to vent his anger on Long Chen even more. "I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will wait for you for the rest of my life. I will wait until I die." Lingxi wiped her tears and looked at this man proudly. He had created miracles again and again. Even if this was the last time, no matter how difficult it would be, he would not fall. "Okay." Long Chen smiled. He wiped Lingxi's tears. What more could he ask for if he could have such a woman in his life? Countless people watched as they parted. Only the Lingwu swordmaster remained expressionless. He suddenly looked at the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. His white eyes were terrifyingly cold as he spoke. "Demon Dragon Palace Lord, according to our previous agreement, after they come out, they will no longer be under your control, right? In other words, if I kill this young man, it has nothing to do with your Demon Dragon Palace." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord laughed. "What?" Long Xing was shocked. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord and spoke with him intensely. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. "No, this is the territory of my Demon Dragon Palace. This young man is under my protection. You cannot touch him." Long Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at his brother who was so worried for him, Long Chen knew that Long Xing was truly worth it. If it wasn't for him, it would have been difficult for him to survive this time. He was no longer naive to think that the Spirit Martial Swordmaster was a good person. That was simply impossible. It was already fortunate that the Spirit Martial Swordmaster didn't kill him. However, the Lingwu Swordmaster clearly wouldn't let this matter rest. His pure white eyes coldly stared at Long Chen as the swords on his ears emitted clanking sounds. That deathly aura enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen understood that even if the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was under his protection, he was still a supreme expert of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Killing a junior would be an easy task. Even if he acted first and reported later, what could the Demon Dragon Palace Lord do to him? Chapter 1448. To be honest, the Lingwu Swordmaster was very curious about this young man. He came from a lowly place like an ant, but it only took him 9 years to grow to the point where he once defeated Wang Chen. It was really terrifying. Even in terms of his current achievements, He had far surpassed Wang Chen and himself when he was young. Of course, there were exceptions in the 3 realms and 9 realms, so it was not impossible. For example, if a young man's soul was fused, he could reach Long Chen's current level in less than 9 years. In addition, people like Lingxi, who used a secret method to reincarnate, basically didn't need to cultivate too often to grow to this level at a young age. What the Lingwu Swordmaster didn't know was that Long Chen reached his current level completely by his own comprehension and cultivation. However, this didn't affect his interest in Long Chen. At this moment, he floated in the air as his pure white eyes stared fixedly at Long Chen. The divine might of an expert descended, causing Long Chen to find it hard to breathe. He told himself in his heart that this was the father that Lingxi respected since she was young. But at the same time, Lingxi also rejected him. He didn't need to curry favor with Long Chen anymore. He faced the man with a sullen face. Lingxi was extremely nervous, and tears fell like rain. She had a hunch that the Lingwu Swordmaster would do something to Long Chen at this time. Seeing that Lingxi was so protective of this young man, the Lingwu Swordmaster suddenly said, "Maybe we can talk alone." No. This was what Lingxi was most afraid of. If they talked alone, if they didn't have a good chat, her father could kill Long Chen. Even a pig could understand this problem, so she absolutely couldn't let Long Chen talk with him alone. Even the Demon Dragon Palace Lord shook his head and rejected the idea. He said, "Your Excellency, you should go back quickly after receiving your daughter. Forgive me for not seeing you off." The Lingwu Swordmaster shook his head and said, "I'm very curious about this young man. He has something to do with my daughter. Don't I have the right to talk to him alone?" Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen wasn't hot-headed. Rather, he had the guts to do so. He removed Lingxi's hand that was tightly clasped around his own. He stared straight at the Lingwu Swordmaster and said, "Please." The Lingwu Swordmaster narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this young man to really agree. Was he a hothead or was he just too bold? He snorted and moved to the edge of the huge square, facing the crowd with his back. Long Chen comforted Lingxi, then straightened his back and came to the Lingwu Swordmaster. "Don't you know that I can kill you here? Even the Demon Dragon Palace Lord can't do anything about it." The Lingwu Swordmaster turned around and stared at Long Chen with his pure white eyes. Long Chen didn't expect that his first meeting with his father-in-law would be like this. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord actually wanted to kill him. This was really ridiculous. He suddenly laughed and said, "If you're such a despicable person and want to kill me with such a small trick, I have nothing to say. To be honest, I know that you're not Lingxi's biological father and I also know her identity, so, you're very bold, very bold. Usually young people like you will die miserably." The Lingwu Swordmaster interrupted him and said with a cold look. Long Chen didn't deny it. He didn't need to prove his words. 10 years later, 100 years later, if he was still alive, that would be the best proof. "But I want to talk to you alone because I want to get rid of you once and for all. You don't know how important Lingxi is to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As an outsider, it's impossible for you to take her away. Remember, it's impossible. In your heart, is she your daughter or a tool to guard the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace?" Long Chen asked unwillingly. The Lingwu Swordmaster was startled. This young man's thoughts were very clear. The Lingwu Swordmaster snorted and replied disdainfully, "Before this, she was my daughter. From now on, she will shoulder a heavy responsibility and exist for my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Long Chen sneered, "All right, you're not worthy of my respect. You're not a qualified father. There's no need for us to talk anymore. Goodbye." Saying so, he turned and left. "Stop." The Lingwu Swordmaster's words were like the heavens and earth, pressing down on Long Chen's body. Instantly, Long Chen arched his back and nearly fell to the ground. That terrifying energy completely suppressed him, even stopping the energy in his body from flowing. This energy was undoubtedly sharp, like countless blades stabbing at Long Chen's vital points, bringing great danger to Long Chen. "I didn't say you can leave, so you can't." The Lingwu Swordmaster's calm voice rang out behind him. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed heartily. This fellow wouldn't understand what willpower and pride meant to Long Chen. Long Chen roared in anger, and even under the powerful pressure, he was still able to stand straight. Step by step, he left a deep footprint on the ground. With every step he took, the muscles all over his body were rupturing, and his blood-red dragon scales were cracking. Even his face was badly mutilated. However, this alone wasn't enough for Long Chen to stop walking. Stop. The Lingwu Swordmaster's eyes were cold. He knew how much pressure and pain Long Chen was facing now. If this continued, he would definitely be seriously injured. Normal people wouldn't choose to resist under such pressure and pain. However, Long Chen was different. He was like a giant beast that would never yield. The pressure from the Lingwu Swordmaster was nothing to him. He didn't stop at all. After a dozen steps, his body was badly mutilated, but he still said to the Lingwu Swordmaster proudly, "You can't convince me with reason, so you resort to violence. You've really exhausted all your tricks. I originally wanted to respect you, but obviously, you're not qualified anymore. You want to kill me with just these tricks? You're looking down on me too much." He easily walked out of the Lingwu Swordmaster's control area. Those were all flesh wounds. Although they were badly mutilated, they didn't hurt his foundation. With his strong recovery ability, it wouldn't be a problem. The Lingwu Swordmaster stayed where he was. His eyes were full of murderous intent, but in the end, he suppressed it. He thought for a while. If he took action, Lingxi would definitely hate him for the rest of her life. Otherwise, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. However, this young man's tenacity was beyond his imagination. If this young man was his disciple, he would definitely admire him. Unfortunately, he wasn't. This young man dared to oppose him without changing his expression. Under his pressure, he still turned a blind eye and left proudly. Except for Long Chen, there wasn't another young man like him in this world. Chen. Lingxi's face was full of tears. She desperately hugged Long Chen. Her snow-white dress was also stained with a lot of blood. Dirty. Long Chen smiled warmly and looked at the woman in his arms. No matter who he went against, as long as she was on his side, Long Chen felt that he was invincible and undefeatable. The Lingwu Swordmaster looked at everything coldly. Lingxi's love was her illness. Her illness was beyond cure. He had never thought that things would be so cruel. Although the solution was simple, killing this young man would definitely hurt Lingxi's heart. The Lingwu Swordmaster pondered for a long time. If he didn't get rid of this young man today, it would be useless for the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace. To be honest, he felt that Long Chen was a good person. However, for the sake of the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace, there was no room for negotiation. Wang Chen. The Lingwu Sword Master thought of a solution. Perhaps only by using a young man to deal with a young man would he be able to convince everyone. Lingxi's hatred for him wouldn't be that heavy. He had raised this daughter for so many years. She was such a well-behaved child and had never disobeyed him. It was impossible for him not to dote on her. However, she had only made one mistake in her life, and it was an outrageous mistake. Hearing his master's call, Wang Chen instantly understood. He took a few steps forward and took the place of the Lingwu Swordmaster. He looked at Long Chen with a pair of starry eyes and said, "Today is the day to end things. Previously, we couldn't decide the winner between us. Today is a good opportunity. If you have the guts, let's prove to each other in front of Lingxi, my master, and the other 3 sword masters whether you have the strength and qualification to have Lingxi. If you are not satisfied, then let's use our strength to decide the winner." This was Wang Chen's provocation. If Long Chen couldn't even defeat Wang Chen, how could he talk about marrying Lingxi? At least in the eyes of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he was far from being qualified. Seeing that he didn't move, Wang Chen sneered. "Are you the kind of person who only knows how to bluff behind a woman's back? To think that I didn't treat you as my opponent. It turns out that you are so weak. Don't you like Lingxi and want to defeat me to prove that you are stronger than me? Isn't this your lifelong wish? Today, in front of the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this is a great opportunity. Prove it to me. Do you have the guts?" Anyone in Long Chen's position wouldn't be able to endure such provocation. Lingxi knew that with Long Chen's temper, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. He would immediately fight Wang Chen to prove himself. Therefore she anxiously said, "Nonsense, I don't like his strength. No matter what he is, even if he is an ordinary person, I still like him. Even if you defeat him 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it will be useless." Then she looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes and shook her head. "Chen, please don't. This is just a small humiliation. Let's endure it, okay?" She was really anxious. Wang Chen had already reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and his strength had soared. He was no longer the same as before. At this time, if Long Chen fought with him, he would only be humiliating himself. Chapter 1449. He was a hot-blooded man, but that didn't mean he would be fooled. Even if Wang Chen humiliated him verbally, he wouldn't be able to force Long Chen to fight with him. At the behest of the Lingwu sword master, Wang Chen mocked and ridiculed Long Chen, belittling him to the point that he was worthless. However, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to him. He cupped Lingxi's pretty face with both hands and asked about her well-being, telling her what to do after they returned. "Just wait for me. When I'm strong enough, I'll go there immediately." "Yes, I know. I'll wait for you. My body and mind are all yours. No one can take it away from me," Lingxi said firmly. It was another separation. She felt bitter in her heart, but she could only bear it silently. The more Wang Chen spoke, the more energized he became. He was familiar with Long Chen's personality and knew that he would never back down when it came to matters of dignity, which he cared about the most. However, he did not expect that Long Chen would only care about talking to Lingxi and actually ignore what he said. How could he ignore such a provocation? "I've said so much, but you're still indifferent. It seems that you've lost all your pride in front of fear. It's a joke to say that you'll go to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time. I, Wang Chen, don't believe it if you dare to come." Wang Chen said the last sentence calmly. "Are you done?" Long Chen didn't back down and said, "If you're done, then get lost." Wang Chen's expression did not change as he said, "Indeed, a cowardly and incompetent person is no longer qualified to fight against me. After today, your performance of not daring to fight today will make the entire 3 regions and 9 realms laugh at you." Yes, if Long Chen didn't dare to fight in front of a woman, people would think that Long Chen had lost. After Wang Chen broke through to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he didn't have the courage to do so anymore. People would laugh at him. However, Long Chen didn't care at all. What he cared about was not today. Today was just a separation. Wang Chen was indeed strong and outrageous. But so what? The final battle was a year later. Don't talk to me about a year later. If you dare to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time, I, Wang Chen, will write my name backwards. Wang Chen's face was filled with disdain as he insulted Long Chen. Long Chen smiled faintly. He had used these tricks countless times to provoke Wang Chen, so how could he fall for Wang Chen's tricks today? He knew he was no match for Wang Chen now, but 1 year later. "Little Shi, go back." Long Chen was decisive. He hugged Lingxi for a while, not allowing her to be wishy-washy. He reached out and pushed Lingxi toward the Lingwu swordmaster. Lingxi's tears fell like rain, and her face was like a pear blossom. However, when she saw the smile on Long Chen's face, which was filled with confidence, she wiped away her tears, and her eyes were also filled with the light of determination. The Lingwu swordmaster controlled Lingxi and called Wang Chen back. Today's matter was considered completed, but it was a pity that he couldn't get rid of this brat. "I heard you say that you want to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time and take Lingxi away?" The Lingwu swordmaster asked indifferently. Long Chen nodded without hesitation. This was an audacious statement. Wang Chen, who was at the side, sneered, "You're just bragging. You don't even have the guts to fight me today, but you dare to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time?" The Lingwu swordmaster was also disdainful, but he had his own methods. He said loudly, "Let me inform everyone that 1 year later, my daughter, Lingxi, and my disciple Wang Chen will be holding their wedding ceremony. At that time, there will be an invitation to everyone, especially you, Long Chen. Wait for my daughter's wedding invitation. I hope you can be there." Long Chen clenched his fists tightly as his chest burned with rage. Lingxi was also frightened. She wanted to resist, but the Lingwu swordmaster didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Wang Chen, who was beside her, was overjoyed. He said emotionally, "Thank you, master. Your disciple will definitely treat little Shi well. I'll treat you 1,000 times better than someone else." Not bad. The spirit martial sword sovereign nodded, looking at the enraged Long Chen. As expected, he had angered Long Chen. He was very satisfied with his decision. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Remember, when the invitation arrives at the true Martial Emperor Palace, You must come. Our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace welcomes you." After speaking, the four sword masters brought Lingxi and Wang Chen away under Long Chen's burning gaze. High up in the sky, Lingxi wanted to turn back to look at that isolated youth countless times, but the Lingwu swordmaster controlled her. She cried a few times, but when she thought of Long Chen's words to make her stronger, she felt warmth in her heart, but her expression became colder and colder. I didn't mean to say so many unpleasant words today. I hope you don't blame me." Wang Chen apologized. Lingxi didn't reply. Wang Chen clenched his teeth and said, "Even if I marry you, it's only to stabilize your position in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. We're not truly husband and wife. You're still young, so you're easily deceived and deceived. Big brother Wang Chen has his own difficulties, so I hope you can forgive me. I still have a long life ahead of me, and I'll definitely make you acknowledge me through my own efforts. I'm not inferior to Long Chen in any aspect." Unfortunately, Lingxi looked straight ahead and her eyes didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't hear what he said. After they left the primal Chaos Star City, Long Chen was still standing there with his fists clenched. "Brother, they're gone." Even a sloppy person like Long Xing was touched by them today. He stood beside Long Chen and said helplessly. This time, Long Chen was really alone. Even Kitten had left. As for Kitten, Long Chen had thought it through. As long as he could come back, they would still be brothers. Everyone had times when they were muddle-headed. This wasn't a matter of betrayal. Kitten's purpose in living was to obtain the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. If he gave up because of his relationship with Long Chen, it would be really strange. Long Chen was open-minded and wasn't a narrow-minded person. However, when he was alone, his heart was still very empty. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around and said to the high and mighty Demon Dragon Palace Lord, "Thank you for your protection. If it wasn't for Palace Lord, this junior wouldn't be able to keep his life. Thank you for saving my life." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord chuckled and stroked his long beard. He was like a kind elder. "It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. However, there's one thing that you must understand before you leave." Long Chen had expected this. Even if Long Xing didn't care, it didn't mean that this old fox wouldn't. As expected, the other party said, "Can you tell me what you took from the Primal Chaos Star City?" Hearing this, Long Xing said angrily, "Palace Lord." "Shut up." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord snorted and made Long Xing shut his mouth. He then looked at Long Chen and said, "I've always been fair and just. I let you go to my Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom and protected your life because I admire you. I don't have many requests. You took something from me. I just want to know what it is." Speaking of which, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord wasn't going overboard. However, Long Chen couldn't tell him about the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. "Do you really want to know?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. Above the clouds, there was an illusory, transparent beast lying on the ground and said in a mocking tone. Long Chen's heart shook. That's right, it was Kitten. At this time, he should already know that what he took wasn't the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. He knew that he was tricked and wanted revenge. Long Chen panicked. If Kitten told him about the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence, he would be finished. He, Long Chen, would definitely die without a burial place. There would be no place for him to hide in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The Demon Dragon Palace Master was astonished in his heart. That was because he did not know exactly what was above the clouds. The Reincarnation Divine Beast was an ancient divine beast. Basically, no one knew about it. "May I ask what it is?" The Demon Dragon Palace Lord calmed himself down and said coldly. Long Chen was extremely nervous. He stared at Kitten. At this time, Kitten looked at him. Unable to meet Long Chen's sharp gaze, he hurriedly looked away. He was like a child who had made a mistake and didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was at his most nervous, Kitten laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their souls tremble. Then, Kitten said without hesitation, "He didn't get anything. He just fell into my trap. I let him out." Haha, after saying that, his figure gradually disappeared into the clouds. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord soared into the sky. However, he was shocked to find that the strange beast had disappeared. For a moment, it was incomparably quiet. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Kitten didn't want millions of people to chase after Long Chen. Instead, he cleverly helped Long Chen out of trouble. This explanation was completely reasonable because of Kitten's mysteriousness. Long Chen, what's going on? The Demon Dragon Palace Lord asked in shock. Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know either. I thought it was a treasure map. I didn't expect it to be released. Long Xing also remembered that when he was guarding outside, he had indeed seen a transparent gigantic beast coming out from inside. He believed it in his heart and immediately said, I also seem to have seen this gigantic beast coming out from that cave. I didn't expect it to be released by you. Realization dawned on him. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord pondered for a while. His gaze swept across Long Chen and Long Xing a few times. Because of the mysteriousness of the reincarnation divine beast, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord chose to believe it in the end. Long Chen couldn't stay in the Demon Dragon Palace any longer. Chapter 1450. On this day, the sky above the Evil Dragon Palace in the Emperor Star, the Martial Emperor Palace, and the sky was bright again. The declining Evil Dragon Palace rose with the new star, Long Chen. After he obtained first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, his position rose to the peak. He became famous in the 3,000 palaces. Everyone was proud to be a disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace. They took Long Chen, the young Evil Dragon Palace master, as their idol. However, after Long Chen left the Evil Dragon Palace, the popularity of the Hidden Dragon ranking slowly died down. Aside from Long Chen, the Evil Dragon Palace did not have any other outstanding talents. Therefore, there were many restrictions. Although there were many people who tried to curry favor with Long Chen, there were also many people who opposed him, led by the Heavenly God Palace and the Punishment Hall. Originally, Long Chen did not plan to stay long in 9-star Primal Chaos City. However, he did not expect that he would be gone for a year. A lot could change in a year. For example, after the Evil Dragon Palace rose to the peak in the Hidden Dragon ranking, because of Long Chen's disappearance and the restrictions of giants like the Heavenly God Palace and the Mad Demon Hall, their position gradually fell until today. Long Chen's name shook the 3 regions and 9 realms in 9-star Primal Chaos City. However, the Martial Emperor Palace was a strange place. The most important information usually went to the Martial God Palace. On the contrary, the lower levels of the 3,000 palaces did not know much about this. The strongest of the 3,000 palaces were only 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. One of them was even the first Supreme Elder of the Martial God Palace. Therefore, the information did not need to be sent here. Unless the various palace masters took the initiative to obtain this information, they would not be qualified. The huge storm that Long Chen caused had already surpassed the limits of their knowledge. They did not know that the Martial Emperor had summoned Long Chen. To the people of the Martial God Palace, the strongest person in the Evil Dragon Palace that Long Chen had been in was only at the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. There was no need to pay attention to him. Today, something big happened in the Evil Dragon Palace. At this moment, almost all the upper echelons of the Evil Dragon Palace were gathered on the Cloud Ascension platform, looking nervously at the group of people. Among them, Shinto Hong, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, Qin Feng, and the others were there. There were also other vice palace masters, elders, and so on. Many people from the Evil Dragon Palace gathered below. Bastards of the Evil Dragon Palace, I will say it again. Quickly hand over Yi Zheng. Otherwise, we will not be polite anymore. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a stern appearance and a tall figure. He wore yellow clothes and had a valiant aura. Although he didn't look barbaric, there was a domineering aura emanating from his bones. His cold eyes caused others' hearts to palpitate. Beside him, there were a few people of similar cultivation. There were even people from the Punishment Hall who were there to support them. Shinto Hong gulped nervously. His fat jiggled as he said, "Everyone from the Heavenly God Hall, my disciple has gone to the Supreme Trial Tower to cultivate. Cut the crap. My people have already guarded the Supreme Trial Tower. I haven't seen him enter." The yellow-clothed cultivator was furious. The yellow-clothed middle-aged martial artist was enraged. His blood-red eyes coldly stared at Shinto Hong and said, "Old Shinto, my son isn't someone who can die so casually. To dare kill my son, that Yi Zheng really has eaten the guts of a leopard." There's also the Punishment Hall's brother Yen here to testify that Yi Zhang has already committed a grave mistake. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were to come, he wouldn't be able to save him today. The people on the side smiled. Brother Zhang, why waste your breath on the people of a small hall? They even dared to kill Zhang Ye. In my opinion, we should just wipe out the evil dragon palace. They even dare to touch the people of our heavenly god hall. Hee, you have no idea. They rely on the fact that their leader is the first on the hidden dragon ranking, Long Chen. However, that Long Chen died in some corner a long time ago, yet they still treat it like it's nothing. With that, the people of the Heavenly God Hall and Punishment Hall laughed aloud. Shin Tuhong and the others were nervous. Suddenly he said with some anger, Zhang Ye is scum. Senior Yi is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by killing him. He deserves to die. Zhang Ye massacred over a dozen disciples of our evil dragon palace first, and Senior Yi killed him afterwards. That's not a crime. Do you Punishment Hall only know how to bend the law for personal gain? How dare you? The yellow-clothed cultivator shouted angrily. His voice swept out, causing the people of the evil dragon palace to shut their mouths. However, their faces were still filled with anger. That Zhang Ye was extremely arrogant in the territory of the evil dragon palace. His methods were extremely cruel. He killed over a dozen disciples of the evil dragon palace. Yi Zhang just happened to pass by and killed him in anger. According to the laws of the 3,000 halls, Yi Zhang's actions were not a big crime. Instead, it was the fault of the yellow-clothed cultivator's upbringing. However, in this day and age, who still cared about the laws? Today, the yellow-clothed cultivator brought the people of Punishment Hall to take revenge. He did not care about anything else. He took a step forward and said, I will say one more time. Hand over Yi Zhang. Otherwise, each of you on the Cloud Ascension platform will cut off an arm. If you don't do it, I will. After saying that, he scanned the crowd. Yi Zhang did not come out, and the people did not cut off their arms. The yellow-clothed, middle-aged cultivator was furious. He charged into the crowd without saying anything. With his cultivation of the 8th level of the divine martial realm, no one could stop him. In a moment, dozens of arms soared into the sky. The people of the evil dragon palace screamed, Retreat! Shin Tuhong was greatly shocked. His body trembled as he looked at the bloody scene. Just at this moment, the yellow-clothed martial artist saw him and laughed loudly. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he grabbed Shin Tuhong and lifted him up. With a paw sound, Shin Tuhong's entire body was covered in blood, and he rolled towards the other companions of the yellow-clothed martial artist like a ball. Yi Zhang, if you don't come out, I'll treat this fat pig like a ball and kick him until he deflates. The yellow-clothed cultivator laughed loudly. Opposite him, one of the Heavenly God Hall's cultivators rushed out. He laughed loudly and kicked Shin Tuhong again. Shin Tuhong screamed miserably and flew towards the yellow-clothed cultivator. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this bloody scene, the crowd was furious. Many young people wanted to rush up, but they were all stopped by the older generation. They knew that no matter who went up, they would only be sending themselves to death when facing the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly God Hall. Stop! Yi Zhang rushed over from afar, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The yellow-clothed cultivators squinted their eyes. Yi Zhang had already entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm, but it was still not enough for them. When Yi Zhang rushed to Shin Tuhong's side, his eyes turned red when he saw that he had been tortured to a bloody pulp. He was furious, but what could he do? He was still no match for them. Why did you come out? Shin Tuhong cried. In his eyes, Yi Zhang was the same as Long Chen. They were both the hope of the evil dragon palace. Master, I'm sorry. When Long Chen returns, he will support the evil dragon palace. I know he will take revenge for me. He clenched his fists and pushed Shin Tuhong towards the evil dragon palace's group. Then, he stood proudly in the encirclement of the Heavenly God Hall and Punishment Hall's cultivators. He said proudly, that's right. I killed your son because he was scum and had no choice but to die. I don't regret it at all. My only regret is that I didn't work harder and get stronger to kill you bastards. He was proud. But this pride made the Heavenly God Hall's cultivators laugh loudly. You think you're acting, you little bastard? The yellow-clothed martial artist's world strength radiated outwards, suppressing Yi Zhang's will of the heavens and earth, making it nearly impossible for him to move. World strength gathered in his hand, and without a word, He pounced towards Yi Zhang, punching Yi Zhang's body. Pa pa pa. There were several loud sounds as Yi Zhang's body exploded with several large bloody holes. His internal organs were shattered, and his entire body was almost blown apart. At that moment, Yi Zhang's gaze wavered. He almost lost his luster. But in the end, he persevered. He fell to the ground weakly, with only a sliver of consciousness remaining. Bring him back and let me use medicinal pills to revive him. Then, throw him into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation and burn him for the rest of his life. I never thought that he would come out. You dared to kill my son. I'll make you regret being born. It was difficult for the extreme violet heavenly fire formation to burn people to death, but it would torture them. Endless torture. This was the cruelest form of torture. Child, kill yourself. Xueqi's tears flowed down his face. They were a weak group. Before the heavenly deity palace, they did not have any power to resist. Today, they were already in despair. Not only was Xueqi in despair, but the evil dragon palace's disciples were also in despair. This was a cruel world that did not care about right or wrong. Only strength determined everything. Long Chen had told them this long ago. But now, they understood it even more deeply. Just as the heavenly god hall's people were leaving proudly, two light spots were rapidly approaching from the horizon. What shocked everyone the most was that in the blink of an eye, two figures stopped between them and the heavenly god hall's people, facing them. One of them was a youth with a peaceful expression. He had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Seeing this youth, everyone thought they were dreaming. Long Chen. Palace Master. Everyone's throats were parched. They said these words in a daze. Some even wiped their eyes. When everyone discovered that everyone else was shocked, they finally confirmed that the undefeatable youth that they revered had finally returned at this crucial moment. Long Chen did not expect such a huge formation. He smiled and said, "Why? You all know that I'm coming back, so are you prepared to welcome me?" Speaking until here, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Because he saw that many people's arms were torn off. That old fatty, Xueqi, was covered in blood. He was barely breathing. Long Chen could not bear to see his own people being bullied, especially at his doorstep. It was fine if he was bullied by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace outside, but when he returned home, his family members were still being bullied. Long Chen could not deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, but Chapter 1451. As his consciousness grew blurry, he saw the young man who had been such an eyesore in the world. He turned his head to look at his bound self. Yi Zhang suddenly felt very embarrassed. He did not have the face to face Long Chen. Back then, Yi Zhang was still Long Chen's opponent. Now Long Chen was an existence that he looked up to. When he saw Long Chen again, he knew that Long Chen was definitely an expert that he could look up to. His expression and tone did not reveal this. However, Yi Zhang knew that he was saved. Yi Zhang heaved a sigh of relief and almost fainted. However, he could not faint. He knew that he had to see how strong Long Chen was. He could already feel Long Chen's killing intent. Palace Master. The tens of thousands of disciples seemed to have found their pillar of support. They cheered and knelt on the ground. The heavenly god hall cultivators had also heard of Long Chen's name. Some of them had even seen Long Chen defeat Feng Jilin and become the champion of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Given Long Chen's battle prowess at that time, he should be in the early stage of the 8th Divine Martial Realm. Now, there were two late-stage 8th Divine Martial Realm cultivators present. After careful consideration, they knew that Long Chen was no threat to them. The yellow-clothed cultivator pinched Yi Zhang and said loudly, "So, it is Palace Master Long Chen. Your evil dragon palace's Yi Zhang killed my son. Now, the punishment hall's enforcers have already decided that he will be thrown into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. Palace Master has just returned, so you must be busy. We will visit another day." After saying that, they actually turned around and left with Yi Zhang. "Wait." Long Chen stretched out his left hand and called out softly. The yellow-clothed cultivator and the others were somewhat impatient. He turned his head and shouted, "Is there anything else?" "Leave your lives behind," Long Chen said. The other party was startled at first, but soon after, they all started laughing. However, they did not expect that in the process of laughing, a terrifying figure would pass by them. For a moment, besides the yellow-clothed cultivator in the middle who was still laughing, everyone's expressions stiffened. This was because a bloody hole had appeared between their eyebrows. In the next second, all the corpses fell from the sky with a loud bang. All of them were above the 8th LV Divine Martial Arts realm. At this instant, the sky above the evil dragon palace fell silent. Long Chen gently wiped away the blood on the scarlet blood desolation and put it away unhurriedly. He raised his head and looked at the only surviving yellow-clothed cultivator who was holding on to Yi Zhang. He was also the one who had shouted the loudest. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally saw the situation clearly. At that moment, he felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. How could he not understand that in the 1 year outside, not only had Yi Chen's strength reached a terrifying level, even his courage had exceeded his imagination. The people Long Chen had killed were elders of the punishment hall, who were even more precious than him, and he had killed more than one of them. Therefore, killing him would be a piece of cake. As for the consequences, Long Chen had dared to fight against the leader of the Divine God Palace even before the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Why would he be afraid of the consequences brought by a warrior at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm? The other party was someone who had killed Lu Junyue and his mother. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally realized this. His body trembled as he looked at the man in front of him. Long Chen flew over and took Yi Zhang from the other party's hands. During the entire process, the yellow-clothed cultivator was covered in sweat, not daring to move at all. Below, it was completely silent. Long Chen was such a person. Every time he did something, it would exceed the limits of their imagination. You are the main culprit, but I will not kill you for now. Go back and report the news. Call the strongest person you can call over. Tell them that whoever wants to kill me, Long Chen, don't hold back and come quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. I want to see who you can call over. Long Chen's words echoed in the yellow-clothed cultivator's ears. I'm saved. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally understood. Since Long Chen did not kill him for now, he did not even dare to say anything vicious. He fled in a sorry state. After the yellow-clothed cultivator left, Long Chen brought Yi Zhang back to the Cloud Ascension platform. The evil Dragon Palace disciples below were all worshipping him. You seem to have something to deal with. I'll return to the Martial God Palace first. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. How about that? A tall and stout man stood beside Long Chen. This was Wenren Jingtao, who had returned from 9-star Primal Chaos City with Long Chen and held a high position in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Wenren Jingtao's status was even higher than the first Supreme Elders. If everyone knew, they would be frightened to death. Many thanks, Senior, Long Chen said with a cupped fist salute. It's fine. Wenren Jingtao laughed heartily and vanished in the blink of an eye. After leaving the Demon Dragon Palace, Long Chen returned to Polaris City and told Wenren Jingtao his intentions. Wenren Jingtao did not hesitate. He admired this youth. He immediately returned with Long Chen and finally returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace today. Originally, Long Chen wanted to go to the Martial God Palace, but he wanted to make a trip back first. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the Evil Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he returned in time. After Wenren Jingtao left, Long Chen looked at the familiar scenery and revealed a smile. He had quite a few healing medicinal pills on him. First, he gave them to Yi Zhang, Shen Tuhong, and the others to slightly heal their injuries. Long Chen simply took out an immortal essence. Hesitating about the limits of their endurance, Long Chen divided the immortal essence into several portions. Every martial artist with a severed arm would have a portion. The medicinal strength of an immortal essence was extremely terrifying. After refining it for a bit, everyone was actually full of vigor and vitality, and their injuries were completely healed. The immortal spirit's medicinal energy was also very beneficial to their cultivation. Especially Yi Zhang, who had great potential. The appearance of this youth gave everyone hope. In their eyes, there was nothing Long Chen couldn't do. Greetings, Palace Master. Countless people rushed out of the Evil Dragon Palace. Tens of thousands of people shouted together. Their voices shook the sky. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. Seeing how much they respected and loved him, Long Chen was also very happy. He opened his arms and laughed loudly in the sky. Everyone, it's my fault that I came back late this time. I never thought that so many idiots would climb over our heads. He smiled as he looked down and said angrily, I can guarantee you that from today onwards, as long as I, Long Chen, am still alive, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your heads, and no one will dare to show off in front of my evil dragon palace. From today onwards, my evil dragon palace will be the leader of the 3,000 palaces. Not for anything else, but because I, Long Chen, am the evil dragon palace's palace master. Although these words were very unrealistic, it still made everyone's blood boil. Of course, if anyone uses my prestige to do evil, then I, Long Chen, will be the first to not let them off. After speaking, Long Chen laughed loudly. He was finally back. This time, he wanted to rise up in the most domineering manner. He wanted to become a character that stood above everyone in the true martial Emperor Palace. He wanted to make the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace speechless. And this war would start from the Heavenly God Palace and the Punishment Hall. There was no need for Long Chen to make a move. They would come looking for a beating themselves. Evil Dragon Palace. A familiar feeling. After Long Chen returned, the entire Evil Dragon Palace was in an uproar. The 10 palace masters and the others had many things to report. However, Long Chen delayed them. The first thing he did after returning was to save Jiang Cha. This was his promise to Qin Feng. He had over 100 kinds of immortal spirits, and most of them had divine effects. Saving Jiang Cha was a simple matter. In the River Heart Pavilion, Jiang Qing's former disciples, as well as Shen Tuhong, Yi Zhang, the Wu siblings, and others, were standing guard outside, waiting for Long Chen's result. Qin Feng was especially excited. Jiang Cha had already been asleep for a year. During this year, he had always been guarding by her side, praying for her to come back to life. Originally, he did not hold much hope. He himself was also working hard to improve himself. He thought that if Long Chen could not do it, there would be a day when he would go out and search for her. Who would have thought that after a year, Long Chen would return? Night fell. Around midnight, everyone could feel Jiang Cha's god martial spirit awakening. They were extremely excited. When Long Chen walked out with the dazed Jiang Cha, everyone's eyes were brimming with tears. You guys tell her what exactly is going on. Long Chen smiled faintly and walked out. He looked at the sky alone. The sky was about to brighten. After a period of time, it would be time for him to enter the martial god palace. Shen Tuhong walked out and stood beside Long Chen. You're leaving? Yes. I'm going to the martial god palace. Long Chen nodded. Oh. Shen Tuhong was somewhat disappointed. Perhaps after Long Chen entered, it would not be so easy to come out. Furthermore, he had offended the Heavenly Deity Hall today. Long Chen knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, they'll be here soon. No matter who comes to cause trouble for me, I'll definitely make them suffer. I'll make them fear me. I'll make them tuck their tails between their legs when they see the evil dragon palace." Yes. Shen Tuhong did not understand where Long Chen got his courage from. Could he defeat the Heavenly Deity Hall's Hallmaster and the others in a year's time? Long Chen did not have much time left. He said, "Pass down the order. All disciples are to move out and gather below the Cloud Ascension platform. Today I want to kill." Shen Tuhong was startled. His spiritual sense had already sensed a large number of strong cultivators attacking from afar. Indeed, the yellow-clothed cultivator had gone back to report. However, Shen Tuhong did not expect so many people to move out. It was not just the Heavenly Deity Hall. Perhaps even the people of the Mad Demon Hall and Mysterious Underworld Hall were mobilized. If all the experts of the 3 great halls were mobilized, then, Shen Tuhong's body trembled. He did not even dare to think about it. However, Long Chen acted like nothing had happened. He had a relaxed expression. Seeing Shen Tuhong still hesitating, he said with a straight face, "Pass down the order." Chapter 1452. Long Chen made such a big move the moment he returned. At this moment, 30,000 Evil Dragon Palace disciples gathered below the Cloud Ascension platform. Just like now, Long Chen replaced Shen Tuhong as the Evil Dragon Palace Master. Then, Long Chen led the Evil Dragon Palace to its most glorious moment. But this time, most people thought of what happened during the day. Judging from the tense atmosphere, it was most likely the experts of the Heavenly God Palace had arrived. Originally, Long Chen had killed the Heavenly God Palace's Lu Junyue and Lu Chuanqiu's wife in the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Aside from the Snow Lotus Palace and the Scarlet Cloud Palace, All the other palaces of the evil dragon palace and the super palaces had become enemies. In their anxiety, the evil dragon palace disciples had been very careful. The moment Long Chen returned, he caused a huge commotion. Judging from the current situation, the experts of the mysterious underworld palace, the mad demon palace, and the heavenly god palace would probably come. Long Chen had also killed the punishment hall's people during the day. The punishment hall's enforcement elders, and even the supreme elders, would probably come one after another. Will our evil dragon palace still be able to survive this time? I don't know. I can only believe in the palace master. Who knows how strong he has become in the 1 year since he left? No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against the 3 super palaces and the punishment hall. We're dead for sure this time. Voices of unease started to spread out. More and more people became nervous, until they saw countless experts from the 3,000 palaces heading in their direction. The heavenly god palace, the mysterious underworld palace, the mad demon palace, and so on. So many experts had arrived. Warriors above the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm were everywhere. The lord of the divine palace, Lu Chuanqiu, the new lord of the mysterious nether palace, the mad demon palace and so on were all present. What made the disciples of the evil dragon palace even more desperate was that there were 5 super experts in the middle of all the teams. They were the supreme elders of the punishment palace. Except for the first supreme elder, the others were all present. The leader was the second supreme elder who had a fierce conflict with Long Chen. It could be said that all the people who had been enemies with Long Chen were now present. From this, it could be seen how much face Long Chen had. Under the combined might of so many experts, the evil dragon palace disciples retreated in fear. It was like a huge rock was pressing down on their heads. They even nearly knelt down. The disciplinary hall represented judgment. With so many elders of the disciplinary hall here today, wouldn't it mean that they were going to put Long Chen on trial? Today, Long Chen did not care about anything at all. He killed several experts in public. Such a public massacre, especially when he killed the enforcement elders of the punishment palace, was not allowed. It's over. Even 5 supreme elders are here. This time, the first supreme elder is in closed-door cultivation, and the 2 from the martial god palace are not here. The hall master is finished. Our evil dragon palace is finished. The hall master is still too young and too impulsive. It's like this every time. However, his status is different now. Why doesn't he think about us weaklings when he does things? Yeah, I think he's just trying to show off. Many people did not understand why Long Chen was so high profile. They only saw the reality. The reality was that not only Long Chen but also the evil dragon palace were in danger. The hall masters, elders, and vice hall masters who were qualified to stand on the cloud ascending platform experienced this deeply. The other side's 3 outer palaces were very powerful. Furthermore, the punishment palace was presiding. If they really wanted to put Long Chen on trial, given their hatred for Long Chen, it would not be too much for them to give the order to kill Long Chen. This would also be acceptable before the martial god palace. Perhaps even the first supreme elder would not be able to say anything about Long Chen's crimes during the day. Long Chen was different from them. The rules of the 3,000 outer palaces gave way to the strong and factions. However, Long Chen and the evil dragon palace were at a disadvantage. If they killed someone, they would be like Yi Zhang. They would have to be put on trial. Where's the hall master? Where did the hall master go? The other side's experts stood high above, looking down on the weak. When they saw their flustered appearances, they mocked them. However, at this moment, no one knew where Long Chen had gone. The person who hated Long Chen the most was undoubtedly the heavenly god palace master, Lu Chuanqiu. His wife and son had died at Long Chen's hands. With such a deep hatred, when he heard that Long Chen had killed the enforcement elder and the heavenly god palace master as soon as he returned, he could no longer sit still. Lu Chuanqiu gathered the Mad Demon Hall and Profound Underworld Hall. Then, through Lu Jihuan's connections, he pulled the second Supreme Elder over. Originally, Lu Jihuan's son, Lu Jin, knew about Long Chen's deeds. Unfortunately, Lu Jin and the others were still in 9-star Primal Chaos City and could not return. Lu Chuanqiu could not hold it in any longer. He looked around and said coldly, "Where did Long Chen go?" He killed the Heavenly God Palace's Hallmaster, and even the Punishment Hall's Enforcement Elder. He committed a heaven-defying crime. Today, the Punishment Hall is going to judge him. Did he escape? The people of the evil dragon palace were in an uproar. Long Chen had killed people and committed a grave crime. He gathered everyone here and ran away. Was he trying to get everyone killed? At this moment, the evil dragon palace disciples discussed among themselves. Their expressions were very unsightly. Some even wanted to escape. The experts of the three palaces and the punishment palace silently parted and covered the sky above the evil dragon palace, blocking all the escape routes of the evil dragon palace disciples. Long Chen, come out. I know you won't leave. You have the guts to call us over, but don't be so cowardly to come out. If you don't come out, the 30,000 evil dragon palace disciples will take the blame for you. You don't want to become a sinner of the evil dragon palace, right? Lu Chuanqiu showed a ferocious expression. He desired to kill Long Chen so much. It had been a year. He had endured it for a year, trying to find out news of Long Chen countless times. The people of the profound underworld hall and the mad demon hall were here to help. Of course, they hated Long Chen to the bone back then as well. As for the punishment hall, they were led by the second supreme elder. Today, they finally had something to use against Long Chen. Previously, the second supreme elder let Long Chen escape. This time, they had something to use against Long Chen. No matter what, they had to throw Long Chen into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. Only then would they be satisfied. Otherwise, if this brat entered the martial god palace and made an enemy of them, Long Chen might really be able to trip them one day. Long Chen had been waiting for them for a long time. However, they were in too much of a hurry and could not discover him among the thousands of disciples. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to float up and face the 1,000-odd experts of the three great halls alone. The man standing majestically in the strong wind immediately attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that Long Chen did not escape. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they would have to wait for Long Chen to pass judgment next. When Long Chen appeared, Lu Chuanqiu and the others finally smiled. The sixth supreme elder, Lu Jihuan, stood beside Long Chen and revealed a smile as well. Long time no see, everyone. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was not afraid at all. He was alone, facing thousands of opponents, but his expression did not change at all. Lu Chuanqiu coldly snorted and sneered in his heart. He reminded Lu Jihuan. As the sixth supreme elder, Lu Jihuan was the judge. He understood and took a few steps forward. He faced Long Chen and said in a clear voice, "The evil dragon palace's palace master, Long Chen, killed 5 of our true martial emperor palace's compatriots for no reason in front of everyone. His actions were ruthless, and the evidence is conclusive. Long Chen's crimes are grave." After a vote by the 5 supreme elders of the punishment hall, they unanimously approved that Long Chen will be executed on the spot. The executors will be the heavenly god palace master, Lu Chuanqiu, the mysterious nether palace master, Meng Jiming, and the mad devil palace master, Fan Senior. The moment this was said, thousands of people went into an uproar. The people of the 3 great halls already knew about this, so they were very excited. They were filled with hatred for Long Chen. The 30,000 disciples of the evil dragon palace were incomparably terrified. The punishment hall's authority was deeply rooted in their hearts. If the supreme elders of the punishment hall were to pass judgment together, Long Chen would definitely die. Otherwise, he would be going against the entire 3,000 great halls, the entire true martial emperor palace. Long Chen alone wouldn't be able to do this. With the addition of the evil dragon palace, all the disciples of the evil dragon palace would die. Everyone panicked and started to make a ruckus. Lu Jihuan continued, "All the disciples of the evil dragon palace, stay where you are. Those who leave without permission will be sentenced to death. Furthermore, from today onwards, the evil dragon palace will be disbanded. The 30,000 disciples will be expelled from the true martial emperor palace. Those who haven't left within a day will be executed. If the other great halls want to take in disciples of the evil dragon palace, they will be executed." This sentence made all the disciples despair. Most of them sat on the ground and started crying. Some of them had worked hard for over 1,000 years just to enter the sacred martial hall. Their families were proud of them. Even their entire hometown was proud of them. They didn't expect that because of Long Chen, all of them would be expelled from the evil dragon palace. In an instant, cries of despair and curses could be heard. It wasn't that they were ungrateful. They blamed everything on Long Chen. Therefore, the target of their dissatisfaction was also Long Chen. Who asked him to be so young? He did bring about the rise of the evil dragon palace, but today, He caused the entire evil dragon palace to perish. Looking at the tragic scene below, only the elders and hall masters on the cloud ascension platform could barely maintain their composure. However, many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. It could be said that they were also filled with feelings for the evil dragon palace. The disciplinary hall's bravado was getting better and better. Long Chen didn't mind it. Even if no one in the world understood him, it didn't matter. He only wanted to be himself. He was a rebellious person. This was his true nature. While the entire evil dragon palace was panicking, the 3 hall masters at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm followed their orders and surrounded Long Chen. They surrounded Long Chen in a triangular formation. Lu Chuanqiu said ferociously, "Long Chen, you'd better not resist. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. I'll let you live to see the entire evil dragon palace collapse." Chapter 1453. In the midst of despair, there was still a glimmer of hope, and that was Long Chen's strength. What the disciples of the evil dragon palace were most curious about was how strong Long Chen was at the moment. This was also the key reason why Shen Tuhong and the rest were standing there with tears in their eyes. Of course, this was just a fantasy in their despair. All their hopes were placed on Long Chen. If Long Chen could not make it, the evil dragon palace, which had been passed down for so many years, would really be finished. Lu Chuanqiu and the other two's attacks instantly ignited the night sky that was about to welcome the arrival of dawn. The 3 warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm charged towards Long Chen immediately. They used all their strength and did not hold back at all. It could be said that they thought highly of Long Chen. Humph. After being flaunted by the other party for so long, it was time to show the other party what was the deciding factor. Under the gaze of 30,000 people, Long Chen slowly took out the god-slaying sword. At this moment, the 3 experts had already surrounded him. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen's speed was so slow, yet he could still block the attacks of the other party. In the next instant, a few rays of gray sword light flew past. The god-slaying swords flew wildly and instantly turned into shadows. When everyone came back to their senses, they actually saw this scene. There were actually 2 martial artists who had lost their lives in an instant and turned into 2 corpses. They fell from a height of 100 meters, and when they landed on the ground, they exploded and turned into a bloody mess. This was a dazzling and suffocating moment. Long Chen chuckled. With a casual move of the god-slaying sword, he severed the meridians in Lu Chuanqiu's limbs, causing him to lose his ability to move in an instant. Then, his sword hung on Lu Chuanqiu's neck in an instant before he could even react. All of this happened in an instant, but it set off a terrifying uproar. Countless warriors could not believe what they were seeing. Even the warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, who held high positions in the 3,000 palaces, were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene. Long Chen grabbed Lu Chuanqiu by the collar and faced the experts from the 3 great halls alone. His god-slaying sword was placed on Lu Chuanqiu's neck. At this moment, facing the 3 great halls and punishment hall, Long Chen's expression was completely different. "Don't wipe your eyes. What they saw was reality. Didn't you want to put me on trial? The word trial is a joke. Only the strong can put the weak on trial, but you sent out a few weak insects. Isn't this a joke? Haha. Since that's the case, I'd better put this guy on trial first." Lu Chuanqiu's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Long Chen. The arrogance in Lu Chuanqiu's words caused the faces of the 3 great halls and the punishment palace's cultivators to all turn deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone looked at Lu Chuanqiu, who was under the dragon star sword. Lu Chuanqiu, who had been dazzling with light before, now had a miserable expression on his face. His entire body was trembling, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. His mind was blank. "Go and die!" Lu Chuanqiu turned around and punched Long Chen's chest, trying to break free. However, such a horrifying punch, which could shatter mountains and rivers, was like a tickle to Long Chen. This was like a fight between a rabbit and a tiger. There was no suspense at all. Lu Chuanqiu was like a trembling rabbit under Long Chen's claws. The 30,000 evil dragon palace disciples all opened their mouths wide, crying tears of joy. Amidst their shock, they finally reacted and saw the light of hope. This moment had come too suddenly. Long Chen had always surpassed their imaginations. Palace Master, Palace Master. Countless people shouted his name and knelt on the ground. They were reflecting on their earlier nonsense. They were also shocked by Long Chen's current strength and were filled with anticipation. They finally understood Long Chen's true intention today. He wanted to enter the martial god palace, so he wanted to establish his might. His goal was to make sure that after he entered the martial god palace, no one would dare to touch a single hair of the evil dragon palace that he once stayed in. The eyes of Shen Tuhong and the others were filled with even more tears. He actually knelt on the ground like the others, cheering for Long Chen. More and more people from the other 3,000 palaces came over and watched from afar. Among them were the people from the Scarlet Firmament Palace and the Snow Lotus Palace. If Long Chen was weak, they would not be able to help. However, at this moment everyone saw hope. They saw that Long Chen had the strength to break the situation of the 3,000 palaces. Heavens! It has only been a year. Is this evil dragon palace master really going to defy the heavens? Long Chen held Lu Chuanqiu's neck with one hand. Lu Chuanqiu punched and kicked him, looking extremely miserable, like a child. However, even so, his punches and kicks that could shatter space only caused his own fist to become a bloody mess when they landed on Long Chen's body. Even the 5 supreme elders were all at least at martial perfection. When they saw this scene, all of their expressions turned sluggish. Lu Jihuan was incomparably anxious. He quickly threatened, Long Chen, quickly let go of him and we can still let you live. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, all the supreme elders of the Punishment Palace will take action and even report this to the Martial God Palace. At that time, when the experts of the Martial God Palace come, you will definitely die a tragic death. That's right. Long Chen, repent and be saved. We will not disband your evil dragon palace. Quickly let go of the Heavenly God Palace Master. As for the dead mysterious Underworld Palace Master and the Mad Demon Palace Master, no one cared about them anymore. The eyes of the people from the mysterious Underworld Palace and the Mad Demon Palace were filled with horror. Under the pressure of the Punishment Palace, Long Chen smiled. He had seen such a horrifying scene in the 9-star Primal Chaos City. How could he be frightened by these fellows? Establishing his might was far from over. Before countless gazes, Long Chen said coldly, "All right, I'll let Lu Chuanqiu off. However, he has punched me so many times. I'll just return one punch." The first half of Xiao Chen's words made Lu Jihuan happy, but the second half stunned him. Just at this moment, Long Chen tossed Lu Chuanqiu high into the air and punched him. When Lu Chuanqiu cried out miserably, Long Chen punched him in the chest. Everyone could clearly hear Lu Chuanqiu's body shattering. There was an explosion, and Lu Chuanqiu soared into the boundless void, never to return. How heavy was Long Chen's punch to beat Lu Chuanqiu until nothing remained? The difference in strength between the two could be said to be worlds apart. When Lu Chuanqiu disappeared from Long Chen's hand, everyone's expressions became even more stunned. Only Long Chen acted like nothing had happened. He pointed at the only Nirvana Tribulation Realm Second Supreme Elder and said loudly, "Don't talk about judgment and rules. During the time I spent in the 3,000 palaces, you told me that strength is the rule. I, Long Chen, am the rule of the 3,000 palaces. If you are dissatisfied, bring your lackeys. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. Until you remember that the 3,000 palaces are not ruled by any rules. They are ruled by me, Long Chen." After Long Chen said this, not only the people outside the Evil Dragon Palace but also the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace were filled with reverence for Long Chen. Long Chen was definitely a mythical figure who dared to say such words to the punishment hall. He alone could bring about a revolution in the entire 3,000 halls. Today was a historical moment, the most important moment in the history of the 3,000 halls. Long Chen alone challenged 3 of the strongest halls, as well as the punishment hall, which had the power to decide everything. His god-slaying sword pointed directly at the core of the core, the second supreme elder, and said in a loud voice, "You, come out and die." Only strength was authority. The 3,000 palaces had enough of the pressure from the punishment hall. More and more people gathered to witness the major event of the 3,000 palaces. Under such circumstances, no one could endure it. This was especially so for Lu Jihuan, who personally saw his younger brother easily killed by Long Chen with one punch. The second Supreme Elder showed a frosty expression. He raised his hand, and his expression finally changed. He roared furiously. This insolent Long Chen dares to challenge the might of the Punishment Hall. The Punishment Hall was established by the Martial God Palace. He killed his compatriots and showed off his might, making an enemy of my Martial God Palace. He deceived his master and killed his ancestors. He is no longer a disciple of my true Martial Emperor Palace. All disciples of the true Martial Emperor Palace have the duty to kill him on sight. Today, we Punishment Hall elders will carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this brat. Everyone, back off. The second Supreme Elder's roar was very loud. Everyone retreated with nervous expressions. 5 Supreme Elders, take out your sage tools and lay down the heavenly punishment formation. Kill this brat and prevent him from ever being reincarnated. The second Supreme Elder roared furiously again. The so-called divine artifacts were just 5 middle-aged Dao artifacts with one Dao pattern. They were nothing in front of Long Chen. When the second Supreme Elder led the other 4 Supreme Elders and descended with their Dao artifacts, they set up a large array formation and were about to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen was among them, laughing heartily. He held the god-slaying sword in one hand and instantly charged into the array formation of the Supreme Elders. Activate the sage tools and kill him. The second Supreme Elder shouted furiously. In the next moment, sword shadows raged and countless gray sword chis swept past. When these sword chis dissipated in the air, 4 corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Each of them was unharmed except for a red dot between their eyebrows. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky. The so-called 4 sage tools were all in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen tossed all these sage tools into the air in front of the second Supreme Elder. The god-killing sword swept by, and all the sage tools shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Long Chen pointed the god-slaying sword at the second Supreme Elder and asked with a smile, "May I ask, second Supreme Elder, are the other Supreme Elders and the sacred weapons in their hands made of paper? Why are they so weak?" That's right. All of this became even more silent. Long Chen even killed the Supreme Elders. In that case, was there anything he did not dare to do? He was really not afraid of the Martial God Palace's judgment. The second Supreme Elder was furious. He roared loudly and looked at Long Chen ferociously. He snarled, "Brat, you are so insolent just because you have some strength. You are not far from death. The problem is, you will definitely die before me. You will not be lucky enough to see me die." Long Chen walked towards the second Supreme Elder step by step. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.